small block Chevys, with the exception of one small block Ford boat, which is 049 Obsession. Robert Cox, the driver of that boat. We'll tell you a little bit more about that later. But most of them small block Chevys, generally between 350 and 365 cubic inches. Guess them 358s and 355s and 350s. And anyway, they'll be out here racing. They are the modified class. Then we have the 400 class, which is 400 cubic inches and above. And then we have the unlimited class, which is pretty much anything goes. You can have modified small blocks, large blocks, you name it. Anything you can fit into the back of one of these boats, pretty much. With the exception of nitro burners, you're going to see them in these particular boats. This year we have a very large unlimited class with the big boys out here, so it's going to be some exciting racing today. One of the things that makes it interesting here at West Blue is because it is short, these channels are narrow, and the corners are tight, is that it makes it hard for those unlimited class boats to really open them up and show their power. So it takes some nuance to actually get one of those boats through the course, which makes it challenging not only for the drivers but also fun for the crowd. And we want to thank all of you who made your way out here today. Thank you very much from wherever you came, whether it was from Spokane or over from Tacoma. We talked to some folks that were up here from Olympia and Pointston, Idaho, and also in Oregon. So a big thank you for making the trip, and our fans from Canada also making their way down. A big thank you to Mav TV and Lucas Doyle. They are out here filming today's race. They're going to be filming all the races this year with the ASB series, so we want to thank them for supporting sprint boat racing, not only here at Webb Slough and Port Angeles, but in spirit as well. If you're looking for something to eat, plenty of food vendors on Bender Row, the St. John Community Mothers Club. As always, have the snow cones, the water, the sports drinks, and the candy with all of the profits donated to the Northwest Honor Flight and the St. John Food Bank. If you're not familiar with the Northwest Honor Flights, they take World War II vets, and now they have just expanded, at least in some areas, to Korean War vets back to Washington, D.C., so that they can see their respective war memorials. The vets don't pay for that particular trip. They fly for free and are housed for free, and it's really a great program.
Come here. Ray, face. Hey, don't sweat. That's nice.
So we got our timing and scoring back. Bill is right above me, so I can't talk when he's talking. It's super, super loud up here.
That red hair in your freckles do not move.
I should say Bill's speaker is right above me. Feel free to come in the chat and give us some feedback on the audio levels and that type of stuff, and look forward to hearing.
All right, so we are going to have the presentation of the colors. Of course, an international flavor of sorts with teams from Canada as well as the United States.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Kellyanne Liff with O Canada. She will also be doing the Star Spangled Banner.
Kelly Van Lith. Nicely done, Kelly. Thank you so much. All right, in a moment here, we're going to have a little bit of a memorial run for a pair of individuals who were very important to sprint boat racing and part of the sprint boat family. One of those is Frank Ferrand, the longtime navigator for Scott Saxton, and part of what I refer to as Fat Buddy Prime. They were the first of the Fat Buddies from Canada to come down here. Frank, a driving force in that, and a friend to everybody, and one of the most infectious laughs and senses of humor than you could possibly imagine. He died over the winter season from a heart attack. And then just a few hours ago, last night, Arnie Dupuis, who has been a part of sprint boat racing on the administrative end and the official end, he was the race steward. You would see him down in the pits making sure that the boats got into the start pool. Arnie was loved by everybody. He passed away last night from cancer. He will definitely be missed. We want to send out our wishes to Arnie's family, Janelle, who's out there, and also the family of Frank Ferrand and his friends as well. We know that they're watching on the stream at the Tudor Ale House up in Canada right now, friends of Frank. Scott Saxton will be taking a memorial run around the track, flying both the American and the Canadian flag. As we get it started. The first of the Canadian racers really to make it down was Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil, but it was Scott and Frank that really started to organize Canada and the Canadian racers in putting together the Fat Buddy team, which is the largest of the sprint boat racing teams. So we have a boat in the water with an empty seat in honor of Frank Ferrand and also Arnie. If you could give them a round of applause. So, to both of those gentlemen, we have a little after-race saying that Frank coined that is now traditional with the sprint boat racers. And that phrase is a simple word. It is pull. So on the count of three, if we could get everybody to just yell pull, we'd appreciate it. 3, 2, 1, pull. Godspeed, Frank. Godspeed, Arnie. All right, so we will have our first of the runs. These will be tech runs. It'll give the racers who need it a chance to take the boats around the track. They will not count as far as points or anything of that nature. Their times also will not count. Then we will get into what are known as the qualifying runs. We have 4 qualifying runs. That'll give the racers a chance to qualify for the later rounds when we actually get into the quarters and the semis. The way that it works is that the 8 fastest boats from each of the classes make it into the quarters. Then they will eliminate half of those during the quarterfinal round to make it into the semis, where 4 boats will take each other on. Of course, we're dealing with time. And then the 2 fastest boats will go head-to-head in the finals. So each one of the boats will have 4 shots at qualifying for the quarterfinals. Our first boat is Scott Ackerman. He is from Colfax. One of a couple of boats that are driven by hometown boys. It's been a while since Scott has had a chance to run, so he's to tech it in. Nicely done by Scott Ackerman. Again, these are just tech runs. This gives him a chance to get the feel of the boat, this being the first race of the season. Scott's one of the co-owners of Webb Slough and one of the co-owners of the ESP Sports Park over in the Olympic Peninsula. Napa, M&M Glass, Hell's Canyon Sport Fishing, all sponsors of Scott Ackerman with his navigator, Graham Reynolds. 2 people in the boats. Again, if you're new to sprint boat racing, you'll see 2 people in the boat, the driver, obviously, and the person sitting next to the driver is the navigator. The navigator has a couple of jobs. One, obviously, is to memorize the track and to give hand signals to the driver, letting him or her know where they go. But also, a secondary job is to watch the gauges and the dials. And another thing they do is, for many of the drivers, they act as sort of an onboard coach. They help them find the lines through the track after they get through making a run. The navigator will say, you know, if you set this corner up a little bit differently, it's going to take you into this corner. Mel Craven in boat 05, the boat is Showtime. Again, none of these times are going to count. This is, again, just kind of a tech run. Gives them not only a chance to get acquainted with the course, adjustments can come in a number of forms, whether it be in the angle adjustment of the pump, tweaking of the skags on the bottom of the boat, stability in the water, and then of course any engine things that need to be done. I notice that every time that Mel comes down into that 7-8 combination, it has a tendency to right to the side of the bank. That, of course, is the spin-out pool. None of these sprint boats, as you would imagine, have brakes, and so the way that you bleed the momentum off is to get into the spin-out pool and make a hard left turn. Mel and Chris, by the way, are from Spokane, Washington.
How are we doing on audio, folks? If you could let me know in the chat if anything's too high or too low.
Garco Construction, by the way, Sponsor here at Webb Slough. They've been around since 1978, a general contractor and construction manager with in-house design build capabilities. They have current construction volume in excess of $150 million, and they're proud to be bringing racing to Webb Slough. Boat 049, this is the only Ford out here. Robert Cox and Liz Petrie, the navigator. His crew chief is his father. This is, Robert will tell you, this is one of his favorite tracks. He loves the course here at Webb Slough. This particular, by the way, rotation, if you take a look at those numbers, technical rotations I've actually seen out here. It'll be pretty quick, but very technical. Lots of turns, not a whole lot of around the outside edge, a lot through the center and switchbacks. That, by the way, would have been what we would refer to as a clean run. All right, so some phrases you'll hear: DNF, did not finish, meaning that one of the drivers took a wrong turn somewhere. DNS is did not start, meaning that they were unable to get out during their appointed slot. The racers will come out in the same order every time. They will be in a particular position. If for mechanical reasons they're unable to get their boat into the water, they go on what's known as a 5-minute clock for that particular run. At the end of 5 minutes, if they can't make it in, they will receive a did not start. Each one of the drivers is allowed to wave off a run due to a clogged intake valve on the pumps. And it's pretty easy to tell when that happens, and they will be able to wave it off. Okay, we have a white Toyota Tacoma BZ03744X, Washington plates. You need to move your vehicle. All right, so remember I mentioned we saw that happen a second ago. Jeepers Creepers, Boat 99. Both from Swim, Washington. Racing. That particular hole on that boat is, I think I'm pretty safe in saying, one of the oldest of the holes in sprint boat racing. Dylan is a former national champion. That happened back in And every year at the beginning of the season, all of the race teams turn in a bio sheet. And Terry says about herself, nice hair and nice legs. First of our Fat Buddies. This is the first year, by the way, for the Fat Buddies from Canada to be racing in all three of the classes, in modified, the 400, and the unlimited class. None of these runs, by the way, are counting towards points or time. This will bring us to Bud Florco, also known as Air Bud. Bud's boat, occasionally when flipping an island, has wings. boat 166. That incidentally would have been a clean run.
Come on. You do this. Lay down. Get up.
Greenboro Printing is proud to be the official screen printer and embroiderer for Webb Slew. They pride themselves on great custom designs and friendly personal service. They offer in-house customized screen printing as well as embroidery with a small team of dedicated employees. You can visit Greenboro in the historic Hilliard neighborhood of Spokane, or just go online to GRENBURO.com for all your next screen printing and embroidery projects. Again, in the food booth, we have the food vendor row. We have Baja Babes Tacos with Baja-style shrimp tacos, chicken tacos, quesadillas, and ice-cold drinks. Have Beans Mobile Espresso has your caffeine fix, whether you want a mocha or an iced latte, strawberry, mango, or peach blended smoothies, even a frothy granita. You're going to find it at Have Beans Mobile Espresso. Webb's Empire Foods has your ice out there on vendor row. If you brought a cooler with you and you need to refill it with ice, you're going to be able to get that from Webb's Empire Foods. Terry's has your third-pound cheeseburgers, as well as the Canadian-sized block of Canadian fries. They're fresh-cut potatoes topped with taco meat and cheese. Those are your slew fries. Make sure you head over to Terry's for burritos and nachos. Also, join Terry tomorrow morning for breakfast. They'll have fresh cooked sausage, eggs, bacon, biscuits, and hash browns from 6 a.m. until 11. The Nordic Smoke Barbecue is also open and running with their award-winning one-of-a-kind barbecue slow smoked brisket and pulled pork. If you're a carnivore, that's where you're served. The Oaksdale Masonic Lodge also has invited you to come on down for kettle corn, homemade waffle cones, and 10 flavors of ice cream. And in the beer garden, you can enjoy ice-cold Budweiser. Every beer you drink supports the St. John Golf Course. For you folks up in the VIPs on the top terrace today, thank you for being there, and all of your drink purchases support the St. John Gun Club. Don't forget, if you're looking for gear, and a lot of the different race teams have their gear out there. You can find not only this year's Slew gear at the Slew Gear booth, but Wicked, Team Wicked with our 2 Wicked boats in the 400 and also the Unlimited class, respectively. You'll find your Wicked stickers and bracelets, koozie, cups, and tees. Scream Designs. Our buddies at Scream Designs also out there with your official season ASB shirts. Scream Designs on vendor row with the coolest t-shirt designs for ultimate sprint boat racing. Fear Not Racing also out there with their great racing merchandise. So a lot of vendors out there bringing their support. So if you've been a fan of sprint boat racing for a while, it's been a time since we've seen boat 146 Jolly Roger on the course. The last time that you saw this boat, it was being driven by Aaron Horner. Now, Graham from Wrangell, Alaska, is taking it for a spin. This boat has won many races with Eric behind the wheel. And those that he didn't win usually was always in the top 3. Ben Graham now behind the wheel with Doug Wickman, both from Wrangell, Alaska. This is their first year. So one of the things that's kind of daunting if you're a first-year racer, like, for instance, our friends Ben and Doug are, is this particular track is, no doubt about it, it has always been one of the more difficult sprint boat tracks, mainly because of the tightness, the narrowness of the channels. Everything comes up on you much faster than some of the other tracks, like, for instance, Port Angeles, which is much wider and much more open. I mean, you take somebody that, like Jordy Cook, for instance, where it took a good 3 years for him to get the hang of this particular track, and that's pretty much standard for the newer drivers. It takes a while to get your head around this particular course. Jamie Hassel and Leslie Hassel, they're Fat Buddy North. So that would have been a DNF for Jamie and Leslie, the husband and wife team from Tulameen. Sponsored by Princeton Ready Mix and J&S Contracting. Another one of the terms you'll hear is cavitation. So these boats can pump a lot of water, and the idea is that that's all you want, that pump to push out is water. Sometimes, when that intake valve comes out of the water, the boats will cavitate, meaning they'll suck air up into the pump. You'll be able to tell the engine will rev high, but the back end of the boat will kind of sink down in the water and they'll lose speed. Cavitation. This is Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey, national champions in 2014, 2013, and 2012 in the modified class, and championships last year for this, and also the 400 class, tag teaming Jordan Cook's boat. A lot of changes to this boat this year, including the pump, which Dennis has completely designed himself. The pump is really the magic of the boats. Also a newly built hull. And this is the Backyard Wizard. And that was a clean run. It's interesting, there's a lot of backyard engineering going on. Dennis Hughes, one of those, building his own pump, own hull. Eric Werner also designing his own mainframe boat this year. And when it gets out here, you'll notice it looks completely different from some of the other crafts. Also, Bill Sparling making his own pump this year. It'll be fascinating. Now, Bill is in the unlimited class, and he's crafted a good portion of his pump out of carbon fiber. We're real interested to see what, how that carbon fiber pump takes the high pressure of those that's going to be going through it. Jesse Nepstad Miller, he is the youngest of our drivers, at about 9. His navigator is Logan Evans. Jesse's from Langley, British Columbia. He's Fat Buddy Jr. Logan is Jesse's been racing off and on for about the last 3 years. Definitely sounding kind of rough. That was a clean run for boat number 9. Another Fat Buddy getting ready to go in boat 54. Bill Reichert and Mike Woods. Bill also from Tulameen, and Mike from Penticton in British Columbia. You can pick up our stream this year. We stream all of the races, video from all of the races on live stream. You'll see them live, and you'll also see replays. You can go to livestream.com and look up ASB Racing, or simply go to asbracing.com. Just click on the link to the live stream. If you can't make it to our race in Port Angeles coming up, a great way that you can follow the racing by watching online. I know that's what they're doing up in Wrangell, Alaska, and also up at the Tudor Ale House in Canada.
And the Bahamas.
So boat 54, All Go is the boat's name. That little combo right there, once we get into it's going to be interesting. He grabs some bank and he sticks it on the island. And this is where our safety crew, the island hoppers, come into play. You'll notice the folks out there in the Kelly green t-shirts. They are our safety crew. They are made up of EMTs and firefighters from around the region.
Our first off-track excursion.
Their first goal is to make sure that the driver and the navigator are okay. Their second is to, if possible, get the boat back into the water and off the track. They're also responsible for making sure that there's no debris in the channels or on the islands. But safety first in sprint boat racing is one of the things. These boats can go very fast. I mean, when you're talking about 0 to 60 in just about 2 seconds in some of the faster boats, they come out of the water and they can roll, they can do endos, they can submarine, a variety of different things. And so you're going to find that these boats have heavy-duty roll bars. Many of the drivers are using Hans devices as far as their helmets. They're all wearing racing-approved fire suits, NASCAR styles harnesses to keep them in the seat. And everything is very safety oriented. Before the boats even make it out here to the track, for instance, at last night's show and shine in downtown St. John, the safety crew goes through each one of these boats, bolt by bolt, to make sure that they are absolutely safe. From the bolts to the helmets to the fire suits, the safety harnesses and the roll bars, even the placement of the roll bars is measured. It's one of the reasons that sprint boat racing has such a great safety record. And most of the injuries that you'll see, overall pretty minor over the course of the last years. I think one of the most major injuries was a torn ACL about 5 years ago here at Webb Slough. But the rest of the time, it's more just kind of a little bit rattled, but they get out of the boat and are ready to do it again. So our next race will be in Port Angeles on July 25th at ESP, the Extreme Sports Park. Then a second race at ESP on August 22nd. And the final race of the season will be back here at Webb Slough on August 29th. Boat 3-4. Bringing it out. This is Skylar Smith and Casey Donahoe. Both of them from St. John. They're in the Wave Digger 2. For the most part, they've done kart racing. Sponsored by St. John Hardware, Enduro Racing, and also Webb Slough. Because, hey, they're from St. John. You gotta support the local guys. Can't say enough about St. John Hardware. They have helped out the racers over the course of the years in many different ways. Clean run. And kind of a pirouette on the landing there in the spin-out pool. But St. John Hardware has been there for the racers. They've opened up their shop on many different occasions to get parts for these boats when they've needed them. A big thank you to St. John Hardware. All right, so this will bring us to the 400 class. Jordy and Deb Cook from Princeton, British Columbia be the first out. Jordy is a heavy haul and log trucker. Deb does accounting work. Last year, I would say it was the breakthrough year for Jordy and Deb. Finally making it to the podium on several different occasions. And this track was always a difficult one for Jordy, at least in the early going years, but finally last year getting it dialed in. We're now in the 400 class. This is boat 88. The boat is by that cavitation that we talked about. And seeing it. And the run is good. Small block Chevy 360. Alcative Shriners is having their big duck race. They've raised over $600,000 with this race since 1991. And it funds the Shriners Hospital for Children in Spokane. This year, first prize is $10,000. Second prize, a Lake Roosevelt Super Cruiser. $1,000 for third prize, a Mini 110cc four-wheeler for fourth. Fifth prize, $500. You can stop by and pick up your duck for only $5 at the Shriners Duck Race ticket booth. The real winners, of course, are the kids that Shriners takes care of every year. The Shriners do great work. Also, the Marines of the Palouse are having their big 5K fun run or 10K competitive run that's coming up on September 12th right here at the slough. The proud, the few, the muddy. They're raising money for local wounded veterans. You can register now at the Marines booth at the Palouse. Visit their booth at the front gate for more information for this dedicated group of Marines. Boat 22 was expected to be out next, but he is canceling for this particular run. These are just tech runs. Tech runs also giving a chance for all the different tech folks to kind of get things underway. MAM TV out here on the scissor lifts and around the track, of course, filming, finding their right angles. Paul White, our videographer, our ASB videographer, and the one supplying the stream, of course, getting things worked out on his end, the timing and spotters and the like. Everybody just a little bit rusty after the season off. This kind of helps everybody get back on the same page. So this is boat 22, actually. Deciding that he is going to come out. Phil, last year in the modified class, really challenged Dennis Hughes. And this year moving up into the fourth class, mainly because he wants to go down to New Zealand and Australia and race during their season. 400 class is one of the UIM official classes. Phil has come a long ways as a racer over the years as well as a part of the Fat Buddies. Nice run, very clean, very tight, very smooth for Phil Miller. Sharon Hauser is his navigator. She's from Tangent, Oregon, which is right out there by Albany, not far from Corvallis, the home of the Oregon State University Beavers. Phil, though, from Langley, British Columbia. was second in the modified last year at less than 10 points. It's another one of those boats that's sponsored by Monty's Racing Engines out of Albany, Oregon. A lot of people use Monty's expertise and skills. Part of the Team Bandit group. Two brothers, Brian and Darren, and their families, two different boats. This is Brian Swindoll. He's from Tacoma, third year racing in the ASB. Last year, early on, accordioned his boat. They're doing it nose. So this is boat 76, again a part of the 400 class. Nicely done for Brian Swindoll. Brian and Darren, you could say, have water in their blood when it comes to boats. Both of them with Modutech Marine. Modutech and MD Marine sponsors for both of the Swindolls. That's boat 76 you just saw, getaway vehicle. If you look on the back of your program, of course, you'll see the names of the drivers, the boat numbers and the like. You can keep track of the times. When we get into actually the timed rounds, which will be our qualifiers, we will announce the times for you. So you'll have a chance to see them. One of the founders of ASB now, five-time national champ in the 400 class, Doug Hendrickson in boat 01. The 65-year-old is from Pasco, Washington. Nicole Heaton, his longtime navigator from Boise. Lucas Oil, MAB TV, K&N Filters, his sponsors. Looks like he's going to wave it off. Trying to clear that intake valve or jet. A lot of times what they'll do, they can feel it when they get clogged with weeds, hay, any grass in the water and the like. You can feel it. So you cut the engine and a lot of times that stuff just drops off and then you can come back out again. Sometimes though, you end up having to put it back up on the trailer to clear that grate. And he is going to do that. Put it up on the trailer for a second and try to clear it. So he will have a 5-minute clock for that. VP Fuel and Seven Seaters Casino, also one of some of Doug's sponsors. So that'll bring us to boat 2 from Sequim, Washington, the father-son team of Paul and Josh Garr. Paul the driver, Josh the navigator. Last year, Paul's daughter Taylor navigating. Paul consistently placing. He's been a few seasons, everything from 3rd place in the season overall in points to 2nd. Never Always the bridesmaid, the bride is on top of the podium at the end of the season. Always very competitive, very smooth. This particular track doesn't even necessarily favor the fastest of the boats because of its tightness and the shortness of the track. So it's all about being nimble and precise on the wheel. Call it good.
So I guess these are all still tech runs, and we have no official times yet to display. At least it appears.
So just talking to our timing booth, most of the times that we've had out here averaging around 50 to 55 seconds, at least so far. Those times will come down considerably as we get into the qualifiers and then in particular into the quarters, the semis, and the finals. So everybody kind of gets their sea legs and removes the rust from the off season. So once again, boat 01, a part of Wicked Team Racing, Doug Hendrickson at the steering wheel. We'll try it again. Over the course of the last few years, Doug has a different style of throttle control from most of the other racers. There's a lot just going into the corner. And then on the going through, of course you have to have power in the water going through the steering. So you notice he covers a lot in throttle. Not a lot of other drivers quite as aggressive in their pedal work as Doug is. That was a great run. Well done. So that run right there was what a 52-second run looks like. That will bring us to boat, or should, boat 13. And Fat Buddy Prime. Scotty Dog, Scott Saxton behind the wheel from Surrey, British Columbia. Gary McNeil, his navigator this year. He's from Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Gary tag teaming a couple of boats as navigator this year. He'll also be back with longtime racing partner Corey Johnson. Scott's one of those ragged edge racers. Noticing his boat really bouncing a lot. Those tight corners, and you'll notice he starts bucking, but a clean run. Well, not even much of a spin out there. Looks like he was going around a traffic circle. Scott's another one of those guys who spent a lot of time on the podium in the second place position. About 47 on deck now. Part of Team Bandit Racing. Gold Rush is the name of the boat. Darren Swindoll driving. Darren is a great driver that has problems once he gets into the quarters and the semis. Always very loose and smooth in the qualifiers and will get the fastest qualifying times, but then tightens up when he gets into the quarters and semis. At least that's been the case in previous seasons. Now he's got a couple of years under his belt. Very much a partner in that particular boat rather than just watching the dials and giving hand signals where to turn and where to go straight. She does a lot of coaching, according to Darren. Does a lot of coaching, telling him where to set up those corners in advance. It's interesting that a lot of times the way that you make your way through the track, you're thinking 3 or 4 corners ahead to set yourself up for some of the really tight corners, whether it's a dog leg or a hairpin or a sweeper. But setting yourself up in advance for those particular corners. And so when you've got a navigator that is really good, they can help actually clean those lines up. So that was boat 47. That'll be the last of the 400 series, and that gets us into the unlimited class. My understanding is boat 907, Jolly Rogers Racing, will be skipping, at least that's what we were told earlier, skipping this particular run. So that will bring us to boat number 4, which is the Sinister boat by Bill Sparling. This is definitely a homebrew kit, pretty much from stem to stern. And that's not an exaggeration. That jet is his design. The impeller is designed, though, by Dennis Hughes. Very little actual water time for this boat. Just got it finished. So he DNF'd immediately. The only one is partially constructed from carbon fiber. Engines and race cars for many years. Also was into drag boat racing. This is obviously completely different. And he just kind of seems sort of lost around his navigator. Oh, almost backed it into the bank. And drivers hate doing that because you can actually cave in the back of the boat, which affects, of course, the angle that jet is attacking the water. And it just plays havoc with the boat if you do it hard enough. I don't think that he really sunk it in there. Got close. So that's Bill Sparling. He's from Corvallis, Montana. Another newbie in boat 19, Bootlegger Racing. He's done a lot of drag racing and other extreme racing. Josh and Erica are from Harrison, Idaho. It's husband and wife team. So it's rare that you will see rookies or folks with not much experience. I think Josh has run a couple of times before, but many years ago. To just come out and jump into the unlimited class. But the boat is 1-9. And he's obviously having issues. I don't know, the way that he's moving there, that almost seems like a potentially a problem with his bucket. So the sprint boats actually do have a reverse. And what it is this thing that's called a bucket. It's like a scoop that comes down over the jet and it forces water in the opposite direction. So you lower that in front of the jet. It forces the water out towards the bow of the boat, which makes the boat go in reverse. And sometimes they'll have problems with the bucket. The bucket will come down and make forward progression difficult. And that almost looked like a bucket issue. When you don't want that to happen is when you're tooling along at about 80 miles an hour going into a corner, which makes for all sorts of fun.
If you get a chance, hop in the chat. Tell us where you're from. Tell us where you're watching from.
Sprint boat racing at Webb Slough, 78 degrees, our latest expected high today. So a pretty nice day. Stay hydrated by going over to our vendor area. Plenty of beverages to be had for all, or over into the beer garden, where King Beverages are supplying the beer. And they remind you that before you start your engines, make sure you have a designated driver leading your crew today after the racing. They want you to stay safe and make sure that your whole team wins. Remember, responsibility matters. That is a message from your friends at Budweiser, King Beverages, and Webb Slough Racing. Les Schwab Tire Center is the best tire value promise. Free with every car and light truck tire purchase, featuring free peace of mind, tire protection, and free lifetime tire and mileage care. It's Les Schwab Tire Centers, the Sudden Service Boys. All right, making a return. Corey Johnson, Gary McNeil, Liquid, their first year as part of Bethany Racing, the very first Canadians to be sprint boat racers, showing up unannounced in a race 6 years ago at Webb Slough. They have been uber competitive in every race they've ever been in, regardless of the class. They moved in modifieds, they moved into the unlimited class, they raced both modified and unlimited at the same time in 2 different boats. This is Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil in a nice, quick run. Well, they're back at it, almost like there's been no hiatus. It's been a couple of years after a very bad accident in Port Angeles since we've seen the driver Corey back in the water. Gary, his navigator, has sat in for a number of different drivers as a navigator. Both are from Maple Ridge, British Columbia. And they will modestly say, well, yeah, we've won a few races. This will bring us to boat 33. Also, some rookies in boat 33, Ron Gallagher and Jason Gallagher. And so they bring it around at tug speed. Northwest Mechanical, Rocket Speed, and Marine are some of their sponsors. They're from Olympia, Washington. Ron and Jason, brothers. They've done a little of this and that, stock car racing, drag racing, skydiving. I would imagine probably their favorite of all the activities, though, deep sea fishing. Boat is 33. Last year's national champion in the unlimited class will be out next. Boat 10, Dan Morrison and his longtime navigator, Kara McGuire from Port Angeles, Washington. Dan also a founder of ASB Racing. He's also co-track owner at ESP Racing over in Port Angeles, the track over there. He's been a champion in the modified class. That was back in 2008. And also an unlimited champion in 2011 and 2014. A couple of those years between 2011 and 2014, he's had major engine difficulties. One of his replacement engines was it was huge. It was a drag boat engine, which gave him incredible speed but very little control. As he put it, he said there is no in between. It's either on or off. But it made for some very interesting runs. And that would have been a DNF for Doug and Kara in boat number 10, a part of Wicked Team Racing. MAB TV, K&N Filters, 7-seaters, Lucas Oil, VP Fuels, all sponsors, among others, for Dan and Wicked Team Racing. One of the other things that Dan, as being a teammate with Doug Hendrickson and Wicked Team Racing, was they were the first of the sprint boat teams here in the United States to actually create a team, get team sponsors, and really create that whole idea of team racing in sprint boat racing. Yeah, it's not that unique. I mean, it's been done in many other types of motorsports for years, but they were the first to do it in sprint boat racing. They've also worked very hard to bring television coverage to sprint boat racing. In this case, it would be MAB TV. They'll be filming all of our races this year for playback later on MAB TV. Always great to see them at the track. More exposure that the sprint boat racing gets, of course. The idea is the more that you can grow the sport, not only with tracks, but also with drivers and for fans. So, we are going to get real racing underway. Are you guys ready to see some racing? Oh, you can do better than that. Are you ready for some racing? That's what we like to hear. We're going to start off in the modified class, so we will go out in the same order that you just saw. The first boat out will be boat 17. The boat is two pump chumps, Scott Ackerman, Graham Reynolds, the driver, navigator, respectively, from Colfax, Washington, just about 15 miles down the road from St. John. Okay, so I'm just getting word from our race controller, Ron Wolms, that we're going to give boat 33, which was out here in the Superboats, a chance at a run again. He was able to get his intake cleaned out, and they're going to give it one more try. So we'll give it one more go. "24 boats participating today. This is the Gallaghers. This is a 572. This engine is huge. It's a 572 Pro Stock. He got a DNF on that particular turn, even though it did not count. Boat 17, and this is our first official run today. Q1, the first of the qualifiers. This is the second incarnation of Boat 17, two pump chump. Told you about that wreck 5 years ago where Scott's navigator tore an ACL, pretty much totaled the boat here at Webb Slough. .534.
And we can see the times on the screen. How nice is that? Woohoo! Good job, Melody.
So 55.534 is the bar set by Scott Ackerman in boat 17. Boat 5, Mel Craven. The boat is Showtime. He's from Spokane. Easy Dock, Night Boat Dock, Steer Park, Precision Propeller in Spokane, Mike's Marine, and A1 Illuminated Signs, all sponsors of Mel. This is his second year of racing. At one of Mel's races last year, he forgot to put the grate on the intake, which keeps it from sucking all sorts of nasty things into the boat, and he actually sucked up about a baseball-sized rock into his pump. Needless to say, it was an ugly situation. That was a clean run for Mel in boat 5. .869 is his official time in his first qualifying run. So about 9 seconds off the time set by Scott Ackerman in boat 17 with boat 049. Driven by Robert Cox. There is meaning behind the number and the name. 049 Cox was a remote-controlled airplane engine. It was the 049 Cox engine, which Robert's dad used to fly on a regular basis, hence the name and number of the boat, 049. By the way, if you are a member of the crowd, try to stay away from the official timers. They've got one of the more important jobs out here. They ask that you don't bother the timers and try not to walk in front of them. They're on the trailer over there. Good run and nice lines for Robert Cox. This is going to be a very good run. I mean, probably one of the better runs of the day. Clean run. What a great run. Nicely done. Fastest time of the day, 50.786. Robert told me yesterday at the show and shine that they had been working feverishly over the off season on the boat and just barely getting it put together for the race here. Whatever they did it right. That boat looked as smooth as I've seen it in quite some time, and the only Ford-powered boat on the course. Ford 364 with that 8 1/4 inch Scott pump. And boat 99, Jeepers Creepers, Dylan and Terry Cummings from Sequim, Washington, boat 99. And we get a DNF for Dylan and Terry, our first official DNF. Out there on the 10-11 combination turn. And Air Bud. It's boat 166. Air Bud, Josh Dunham, both from Mission, British Columbia. He's been racing, this will be his 3rd year. And the boat catches some bounce as he rolls through his own wake. And Bud gets the DNF, clipped one of those islands over there too. I mean, he came very close to being out of the water, and he just brings it in. So one of the booths that is out here, unfortunately, we don't have the boat here, is the Fear Not boat. Fear Not has their booth out here with all sorts of swag that will help as they rebuild. They have swag, tees, tanks, stickers, decals, and I think they probably even have their fire engine red sunglasses, which are always a favorite. You'll find them on Vendor Row, along with Wicked, Team Racing, and Scream Designs. Get this year's series t-shirts from Scream Designs, and also this year's special designs for Web Slew. That'll bring us to boat 146, Jolly Roger, Ben Graham and Doug Wickman from Wrangell, Alaska, making the trip down. So boat 146. Has a definite successful history. The driver still getting his feet wet. And that is a DNF. So as we make it past the halfway point in this qualifier for the modified boats, get 3 DNFs right in a row. That brings us to boat 59. Jamie and Leslie Hassel. Their boat, by the way, they're building another boat. This boat that you'll be seeing out here is up for sale. Boat 59 is a 14-foot double barrel racing hull with a 7.5-inch Scott pump, 355 Chevy engine, Dart block, AFR heads, and it also comes with a trailer. Pretty much a turnkey operation, literally for about $25,000. That's 25 US. So Jamie and Leslie from Tulameen, British Columbia, part of the Fat Buddies. Fat Buddy North is what they like to call themselves. And once again, that 10-11 turn, we get the DNF. As soon as they did it, they knew it. So 4 DNFs in a row. And at least a couple of those coming in the same spot. Boat 69, Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey, last year's national champion in the class. Totally different setup for Dennis. Literally building his entire pump from scratch. It's a modular pump that allows him to change out any and all parts pretty much at a moment's notice. I was joking with him yesterday that it's the Lego pump. Kind of build it as you need it. He's from Spokane, Washington. Davis Office Furniture, his main sponsor, along with True Colors Salon. The unique sound of the boat, I called it the electric razor from hell. This would be 2.0. As well. Second fastest of this particular qualifier if the time holds. .422. So boat 09, Jesse Miller. Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans. Fat Buddies Jr. Boat 9. And another clean run. .56.552. 2 more boats in the class. Bill Reichert from Tulameen and Mike Woods. Woodsy, boat 54. Rolling in off the trailer, he gives the green flag up. good. .56.577. Our fastest run so far of the day in the modifieds of 50.786 with Robert Cox, about 0.49. Pretty much setting the bar for everyone else. Second fastest in the class would be Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey in about 69 with a 53.422. And then Scott Ackerman in 17 and 55.534. Waiting right now for boat 34, which I don't think we're going to see. Okay, this is boat 34. Skylar Smith and Casey Donahoe, both from St. John. This is Wave Digger 2. If I recall, the original Wave Digger pretty much dismantled itself in the spin-out pool. Ooh! Well, did the vault, stuck the landing, and now we've got an Austin Powers stuck in the hallway event. So the safety crew will come over and get him righted. I was expecting, you know, that corner over there, if you take a good look, I mean, if you're sitting up in some of these higher terraces and you take a look over there at that corner, the 7 going into the 8, that 8, that island that sits there protrudes in kind of a weird, has a little hook that comes up there. And I've been watching people get really close to it, and I'm kind of wondering if somebody was going to end up actually clipping that and grabbing it, and that's exactly what happened there. A couple of things went bad in that corner, but that island just, that end tip just grabbed him, and that was it. So he's good. They're all good. They'll take it in. And that will wrap it up for the modifieds. 400's getting ready to go. Boat 88, Jordy and Deb Cook will get things started for our 400 class. Again, fastest boat in the modified so far will be Rob Cox in boat 049, and fastest by 3 seconds. Actually, about 2.7 seconds. Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey with a 53.422, and Scott Ackerman with a 55.534. Jordy Cook, sponsored by J.S. Cook Contracting, Princeton Ready Mix Limited, J.W. Lynn Trucking. They're part of the Fat Betty contingent. You can tell the Fat Buddies, they're all flying the orange and black colors. Those colors chosen by Scott Saxton and Frank Ferrand. early on in the genesis of the Fat Buddy team. Almost rolled it. Came out wide on the corner and banked it. So we start the 400s where we left off with the modifieds, a boat out of the water. Safety crew converges. They're okay, so they'll just try to get it back into the water. So far, all of the boats out of the water have been pretty much easy to get started again. And the trick when pushing them in off of a steep island is not submarining the boat. CHS Primeland proudly supports Web Slew and sprint boat racing at its best here. PrimelandCoop.com is your place to see all of their locations and what they have to offer. And they remind you that wetter is better. L&M Truck Sales has been in the service and business in Spokane since 1968. Selling select used trucks is how they started. Selling them to transportation companies, then evolving into a truck farm market, selling hundreds of grain trucks to rural communities like here in St. John. Since that time, L&M has specialized in custom design, quality construction equipment, including truck mount cranes, farm trucks, water trucks, dump trucks, freight trucks. Their trucks are even used by rural fire departments and the U.S. Forest Service. L&M has an extensive rental truck fleet serving contractors, farmers, and utility companies all throughout eastern Washington. It's L&M Truck Sales out of Spokane. Star Rental also has provided the lights and the lifts for our video and photo crews out here today. Web Slew loves renting from Star Rental, and they guarantee you will too. Also, a thank you to Whitgrow, a proud sponsor of Web Slew Racing. Whitgrow takes pride in serving St. John and Endicott growers. They provide the grain handling and marketing needs, as well as quality certified seed and implement repair service. That's Whitgrow Incorporated. Boat 22, the Punisher, Phil Miller, Sharon Hauser. Monty's Racing Engines, a sponsor, along with Precision Finish, M&M Glass, and Albany Napa. That's Napa out of Albany, Oregon. And Phil comes out fast. As long as he keeps it in the water and on track, I have a feeling this is going to be your fast time so far of the day. Oh, come on. Sounds like he sucked something up into the grate, trying to keep his foot on it. The grunt is good. The question will be the time. So 54.247 for Phil Miller. That would have been a considerably better run had he not run into some issues, and it sounded like he just sucked something into the grate, restricting the water flow, slowing the speed. But he gets the clean run. Brian Swindoll in boat 76. That was boat 22, by the way. Boat 76 getaway vehicle, Brian Swindoll, Mike Gamboa. Mike's from probably the furthest away of anybody. He's from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Brian, a little closer to home, from Tacoma. It's his third year racing. Part of the Bandits, Swindoll family. Came out wide in that corner, grabbed a bunch of bank. The run is good. So 55.838. Boat 76 brings us to boat 02. Boat 2. Or pardon me, boat 1. So boat 01. So boat 01, Doug Hendrickson, charging hard out here. Pretty good split time. Now he'll thread the needle. Question is, will he be able to bring it in under 51? Doesn't look like he will, but a very good run. The run is good. $52,383 for Doug Hendrickson and Nicole Heaton-Muller. In boat number 1, a part of Wicked Team Racing. So boat 02, Live Wire, Paul Garr and Josh Garr from Squim. Smoke Wizard, Ed's Automotive Machine, Double Dog Flooring, Aeroseptic, Doghouse Powder Coating, all sponsors of Live Wire. Normally a very smooth driver, and now that he's made some arrangements, rearranging on the boat, and that was a clean run. So as we wait for the official on it, looked like it came in about 53 and change. 53,264 for boat 02. Live wire. Boat 13 now, Fat Buddy Prime, the first of the buddies. Scott Saxton from Surrey, British Columbia. M&M Glass, his main sponsor, company that he owns. Lordco Parts also. Got a 406 Dart engine in that and a Johnson hull. Sure stop. So that'll be a DNF. That was, as Frank would say, that one's for the fans. There was a time early on in the first couple of years when Scott was driving where it almost became tradition where at least once during a race they would roll the boat. And Scott's joke was that at one point or another they were just going to start putting their sponsors on the bottom of the boat. So he'll bring it out. And we'll wrap up the 400s with boat 47, Darren Swindoll, daughter Autumn, the navigator, both from Graham, Washington. Magitech Marine and Honest Performance sponsors. Once 47 makes it through, then we'll get into the unlimited class. The big boats. The unlimited class, really interesting. A couple of the boats, definitely experimental models. With Bill Sparling in his boat in the Sinister, and Eric Werner in boat 907, which is a really interesting design if you take a look at the hull. So boat 47. Looks like this is going to be a nice solid run for Darren for sure. Clean run and well done. .768. It's your second fastest time in the class today. Just 0.4 of a second behind Doug Hendrickson and Nicole Heaton-Muller in boat number 1. So one of the things that's been fun about the 400 class is really there's quite a bit of parity. All of them in the low to mid 50 range in terms of times, which gets us into the unlimited class. Boat 907 will be the first one out. This boat just literally finished within the last day or so, to the point where he hasn't had a chance to get a paint job on it, and they were out there this morning with a Sharpie writing 907 on the side of it. So we're looking forward to seeing how this this boat in competition is going to run. It's really interesting design, much smaller looking than the other boats. Very low center of gravity. And very, very light. Looking at it last night, everything is incredibly lightweight right down to the seats. Most of the seats in the boats are aluminum with a little bit of foam padding on them. This one's kind of a composite plastic of sorts as far as those seats go. Very different design. And another one of those home brews. This one, Eric Warner. The top of it, of the hull, is a carbon fiber. Very light. A lot of the question about the boat was, you know, in the unlimited class, because of the power that these boats are putting out, is, you know, do you want something that is really, really light, or do you want something a little heavier to keep it in the water? So it is definitely an experiment, but that's a lot of what has made sprint boat racing over the course of the last couple of years really kind of fun, with the different racers really doing a lot of backyard or garage engineering. So boat 19, which would be the third one out in the Unlimited, has scratched. They had problems on that first run they had. Here we go, boat 907. Boat 907. Testing. Test. Boat 907. That was a clean run. 54.104. A respectable run, not bad for a first time out on the water for the first time. Pretty much guarantee that as the day goes on and Eric has a chance to kind of tweak and make other adjustments, that you'll see that time come down quite a bit. That'll put the other homebrew kit into the water with boat number 4, and that is Bill Sparling from Corvallis, Montana. His navigator, Nicole Brown from Sequim, Washington. A lot of special development going into that particular boat as well, with Bill, who spent a lot of years building drag boats, race cars, a lot of engine work, and he went to the drawing board over the winter on this vehicle. It's his own design on the pump, with the exception of the impellers, which are designed by Dennis Hughes. But if you take a look at the pumps on the back of these boats and inside the boats, you'll notice that they're made out of aluminum and steel, and Bill's, the back end of it is all carbon fiber. A lot of carbon fiber in this particular boat. Not exactly sure what the deal is as they try to get it started. The boat is in the water and off the trailer as they try to get the thing started. Wilbur Ellis is your local agricultural, chemical, and fertilizer specialist throughout the Palouse. assisting farmers with their needs and helping them bring value to their crops. You can contact one of their techs at any of the following branches in Fairfield, Toccoa, Oakesdale, or Colfax. Wilbur Ellis Company proudly helping local farmers feed the world. So Bill Sparling is now officially on the 5-minute clock. By the way, fun to note that our Slough Crew Island Hoppers, we have 11 EMTs, 12 firefighters, 3 police officers, and 4 first responders. So a very experienced safety crew.
I don't know about video games. I just really like to play.
So Bill Sparling, boat 4, is on a 5-minute clock. Boat 19 has scratched for the run. And that should bring us to boat 55, Liquid Addiction, part of the Fat Buddies, Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil, newly added to the Fat Buddies. Corey and Gary, as I mentioned earlier, were the first Canadians to race down here in the States, the first in sprint boat racing. Then a couple of years later, the Fat Buddies got started, but Corey and Gary never a part of the Fat Buddy team, always being independent. This year, joining up with the rest of the crew from the north. Bring it in under 50. Very close, not quite. The run is good.
It is after the first.
50.556, fastest run of the day. So Robert Cox has to be feeling pretty happy with himself in the qualifying run for the modifieds, being just 0.2 of a second off of a unlimited class time. It says as much for Robert as it does for Corey and Gary in boat 55M.
So we've been broadcasting for 2 hours now. Wow, time flies.
So mechanical problems hindering the unlimiteds. So we've got another boat, 33, on the 5-minute clock. So boat 19, which would have been our third boat out, has scratched. It receives a DNS, did not start. Boat 33, Ron and Jason Gallagher on the 5-minute clock, which brings boat 10M, the methanol burner from Dan Morrison, on the trailer right now, getting ready to hit the track. Lucas Oil, MAV TV, K&N filters, Pinprint, MSD Electronics, all-weather heating and cooling, R.E. Powell Distribution, Ed's Automotive and Machine, all fans of boat number 10 and Wicked Racing, sponsors. By the way, helicopter rides also available out here at Webb Slough as always. So Dan Morrison coming out with an aggressive stance. I would say right now the benchmark is to try and beat 50 seconds. We've had a couple of boats that have come within a few tenths of a second of doing that. Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil in boat number 55 and boat 049. Rob Cox. Dan Morrison very aggressive in this run and a good split time. As he threads that needle. And will he bring it in under 50? It's going to be very tight, very close. Will he do it? It looks like he did. Great run. .082, almost. That's faster than Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil by about a half a second. So our three fastest boats, 2 in the Unlimiteds, 1 in the Modified, all putting it under 51 seconds. At one point during the day, we're going to see one of these boats bring it in under 50. Once they get it dialed in and the lines perfected. So we're still waiting for a couple of boats on the 5-minute clock in the Unlimiteds. Boat 4, Bill Sparling, the driver, and the Gallaghers in boat 33. Okay, so number 4 is a DNS, did not start. So 1 minute and 45 seconds for the Gallaghers to get it in the water, and then it will be a DNS for them. And counting down as they scramble to try and get it in. You know, the one thing that they will have 3 more tries at it. So we have 4 qualifying runs, Q2 coming up. Our first 3 boats out will be boat 17 with Scott Ackerman, Mel Craven in boat 5, and Robert Cox in boat 049. The fastest in the class today, 049, Robert Cox, with a great run of 50.786, putting him in really in the times in the superboat, the unlimited class. We'll see if the 5 boats that were unable to finish in the modifieds actually are able to put a good run down. Quite a few DNFs in that run. 4 of them were just simply driver error, and 1 of them literally out of the water because of a clip in an island. Welcome to Webb Slough. We want to thank you for coming on out here today. We will be back again the end of August for our final race of the season, the last weekend, the last Saturday of August, and we hope everybody makes their way out here for that particular race. Marine Transport has been helping the Slough crew recover boats off the land today, even though we haven't seen them actually out here, but they're ready to go if that needs to happen. Marine Transport's not just for sprint boats, but also your oversized power boat. They even do houseboat transportation. They have been moving the Northwest's largest boats for over 18 years. Also, a big thank you to Northwest MedStar's ground ambulance. They're out here with critical medical care teams located in Vendor Row. They can show you the ambulance and the like. They're the region's premier medical program. Boat 33 now officially scratched for the first qualifier, a DNS for boat 33. So where it was DNFs that were the scourge of the modifieds, it's the DNSs that did not start in the unlimited. That means we'll get into the qualified at boat 17, Scott Ackerman from Colfax. Graham Reynolds, also from Colfax, his navigator. Scott always does 2 races a year, both of them in St. John. Great run, clean. And he shaves off a full second if the time holds from his previous. .54.729. Not a full second, but 8/10. So a good run, obviously, for Mr. Ackerman in boat 17. 54.729. So boat 5, Mel Craven and Chris Ebert from Spokane, Washington. This is another one of those kind of homebrew crafts. Mel doing the design work. Grab some island. Little cavitation where the pump sucks that air up. You know, there's so many different things that can affect the way that these boats handle. Everything from where the seats are located to the center of balance to the center of gravity, the angle of attack for the pump, even the location of the engine, whether it's an inch forward or an inch back or even less. A lot of different things that, will go into what they call tuning the boat. Each one of these boats has these little things on the bottom of them that look like fins. They're called skags that also have to be spaced and set up correctly. So that was a clean run, not particularly fast. So 70.632. That's our time of futility for the day. He actually lost 6 seconds on that run from his first run. So I'm sure he's going to be trying to figure out what happened there. As our fastest boat so far in the class makes it in off the trailer, boat 049. The navigator, Liz Petring from Auburn, Idaho, and Robert Cox, the driver. The boat is Obsession 049. Robert's wife, normally his navigator. This year, she's sitting it out because she is expecting their second child. Okay, we're finding out that actually Robert is on the clock right now. Would hate to see him go out after that great first run. So boat 99, Jeepers Creepers, Dylan the driver, Terry the navigator, Cummings the last name for both. Son and daughter team. They had the engine pulled apart last night as they were trying to get it back into race form with Vaughn, their crew chief. And others with that engine torn apart. And if I had to guess, I would say they have that engine maxed out. I don't think that I've heard Dylan take his foot out of the throttle the entire time, and that is a good run. They had 55.391 in the first good run for Dylan Cummings in boat 99 today. A DNF in Q1, Q2 a 55.391. Boat 166 will be out next unless we get boat 049 in the water. It's still up on the trailer and on a 5-minute clock. Boat 166, Airbud. Bud Florco, Josh Dunham, both from Mission, British Columbia. And boat 049 will make it in. So 049 coming out in the Ford Blue. If you have a pit pass and have a chance to make it down in the pits and take a look at the boats, all of them pretty impressive. So he comes out not that aggressive, babying the boat. Yeah, something's definitely not. And he's going to bring it out. Well, that would be a huge disappointment to see him go out after being really the pace setter in the class so far today. Hopefully he can get it back up on the trailer, figure out what the problem is, and get it back in the water. The father-son team, his dad is his crew chief and chief mechanic. Robert also pretty good with a wrench himself. And they again are some of those guys that do a lot of their and most of their own work. So a DNF, unfortunately, for boat 049, which will put boat 166, Airbud, in the water, part of the Fat Buddies. This is actually a pretty reasonable run for Bud. It's not the fastest boat in the world, but he does it pretty well. So that was clean. $59112 for boat 166. After a DNF in the first qualifier. Boat 146, part of the Jolly Rogers team, also had a DNF in the first round. We'll see if he can get a good one in. Ben Graham, the newbie racer. One of his sponsors is Amy Graham Realty Group out of Lincoln City, Oregon, over on the coast. But he, Ben, is from Wrangell, Alaska. And he sticks it. Sticky bank, sticky bank. So second time today that we've seen some action in that particular corner. pretty minor as he gets hung up. The safety crew will get over there and free him up. Webb Slough would like to thank all of our volunteer SLU crew, the Rosalia ambulance crew, the Colfax ambulance crew, the Whitman hospital staff, MedStar, the Whitman County Sheriff's Department, Washington State Patrol, the St. John and Colfax fire departments. A big thank you for helping keep everybody safe. Also a thank you to the St. John United Methodist Church. They're providing the care station and offering shade and comfort to our Webb Slough fans that find themselves a little overheated. You'll find them over there down on Vendor Row. The Whitman Hospital in Colfax has the first aid station today. They have a handful of registered nurses. Happy to prepare and assist you for any first aid needs you might have. You'll find the first aid booth at the end of the vendor row behind the bleachers. By the way, a shout out to Whitman Hospital as one of the top 20 critical access hospitals in the nation. Whitman Hospital is down there in Colfax, bringing comfort and care and technology to the folks of the community. Boat 146 off the course after a little grab of the Bit by an Island, with Jamie Hassel in boat 59 ready to roll. Husband and wife team of the Hassels. If you're looking for something fun to do in the Palouse, call College Cabs for your next limo, party bus, or shuttle service. They have a pretty cool inclusive wine tour that they do, and also brew tour packages around the greater Palouse. Here comes Jamie. More of the Fat Buddies. It's good. So boat 59 with the Hassels. $56,500. Best run so far in this qualifying round would be Scott Ackerman at boat 17 with a 54. Had a couple of DNFs, boat 49 with Robert Cox having mechanical problems. Here comes boat 69. Is scooting. I don't know what adjustments he made after the last run, but he is tearing it up. And if he keeps this up, he's going to be in about the 50-second range as well. Look at him go! Great run! So he had a 53.422, and in this run, .899. So boat 9, Jesse Napstead Miller and Logan Evans. So he shaved off a lot of time from his first run. That was a great run. Fat Buddy Jr. That's good. .56.169. Shaves off about 0.4 of a second. And again, boat 69 had a time of 50.899. So 54. Now another Fat Buddy, Bill Reichertz. He did a lot of snowcross snowmobile racing for about 10 years up in Canada. Quite a bit different than what we're doing here. A little wide on the corner there at the top. Then he starts pinballing off of islands. Oh! We've got the navigator underwater as they try to get that thing turned right, and they do. That was nasty. Can we get a hands up if they're okay over there from the safety crew? Can we get somebody to just put their hands up so we know they're okay? That was a bell ringer, for sure. So they're over there, the safety crew made up of EMTs and the like. Are we getting the hand up? They're okay. That was all sorts of ugly in terms of an accident where you've got it rolling, you've got a driver under a navigator underwater. Everything about that wreck was just all sorts of nasty. Mike Woods, the navigator there, I'm sure having a little bit of a tense moment. Bill Reichert, the driver. So that was all sorts of bouncing around as we will have to get the tractor out there and a trailer to get them out. Yeah, give it up for them. No doubt, good to see them walking away from that. Will remain to be seen how much damage was done to the boat. Well, one of the racers that we've been talking about out here, of course, today is Scott Ackerman from Colfax up there, your official Lennox dealer. Had a chance a little bit earlier this morning to have a chat with Scott, talking about the fact that he only races here a couple of times a year, and racing in general, the boat, and just him.
Hope you guys like the replay. This will be my first chance to test my wiring job down there and see if they knock my camera over. Hopefully not when they drag this thing out. Here's our current standings in the qualified class. You can see the times for rounds 1 and almost all around 2.
All right, well, having a little bit of problem with the audio on that. Try to regroup on that in a little bit. As they get the boat out of the water. One of the other folks that races and has raced for many years out here in the 400 class would be Paul Gar. It's definitely a family affair with the Gars.
So this is the first race we've been able to show you our timer's live display of her timing sheet. I'm glad it's working out. It's helpful even for me to see who's going faster than their last run. Dennis Hughes is a madman. Okay, they made it past my wires and didn't knock the camera over. That's ridiculous. Little mishap we had a couple years ago. I've been trying to prevent that. You can see she's typing as we speak. Totally is live.
It is Webb Slew, and getting the track cleared, of course, with boat 34 up next. So boat number 5, we have a scratch for the day. Boat 5, Mel Craven and Chris Ebert in boat 5. They have scratched for the rest of the day in the modified class, so they are done for the day. That'll bring us to boat 34, Skylar Smith, the 18-year-old from St. John, with Casey Donahoe, his navigator. They, of course, had that spin out, wipe out a little bit earlier near the finish and the start pools after they grabbed an island and pulled an Austin Powers. They are back in the water. Keeps it in the water. Well, he saved the run, but did it ugly. And it was good. $62,704 for Smith and Donahoe. Boat 34. By the way, a big happy birthday going out to Papa Joaquin, who's having his 67th birthday. Justin Clute also having a birthday today. His family sending those birthday messages out to Papa Joaquin and also Justin Clute. All right, 400 class. Boat 88. A DNF in the first qualifier. And that is a DNF. And they'll bring it home. So 2 DNFs in a row for Jordy and Deb Cook. Boat 22 is Phil Miller, Sharon Hauser. Fat Buddies. D&J Farm Supply is a proud sponsor at Webb Slough, the largest independent camoplast agricultural track dealer in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and western Montana. You can visit dnjfarmsupply.com to see their selection of Extreme Tools toolboxes. Extreme Tools built to the extreme. Also, thank you to Dale P. Nunn Photography. They take all the great pictures of the slough. I want to thank them for their support as well of the slough. Dale P. Nunn Photography. Also, thank you to Inland Empire Milling Company. They support Webb Slough and all the volunteers and participants that make the event successful. And boat 22, the Punisher from Canada, Bill Miller. And a DNF. Once again, that 10-11 combination does it. So where the DNF bug was biting the modified class in the first qualifier and the second qualifier, our first 2 runs have been DNFs. Which brings us to boat 76, Brian Swindoll and Mike Gamboa. Davis Office Furniture is where you can buy, sell, trade, and rent new and used office furniture. There are showrooms out there on Trent and Spokane. Regardless of your office needs, they can help you out. Davis Office Furniture is always proud to bring sprint boat racing to Webb Slough. They also sponsors Dennis Hughes as well. Big fans of sprint boat racing. As Brian Swindoll makes his way out, Harris Electric Honest Performance is one of his sponsors. A chunk of bank, and it's likely clogged his intake. You got a pretty good bite of that bank. Literally sheared the turf right off of it. You gotta hate that. You're running a great run. And it was still a clean run. You're running a great run, and then something small happens. And you end up with a 70-second run. 70.070. on the trailer waiting to make his way in. Doug Hendrickson, Nicole Heaton-Muller. 70.070 is official for the Swindolls. So Doug Hendrickson had the fastest time in the class back in Q1 with a 52.383. Hot on his heels, Darren Swindoll with a 52.768. To it, that could have been nasty. One thing is for sure, Doug is definitely not scared of kissing the bank. Great run. .51.487. Nine-tenths of a second better than his Q1 roll. Boat 02. Paul and Josh Garr, live wire. Teammates with Dylan and Terry Cummings. Dylan's dad, Tim, has been in the process of the last couple of years of trying to get an unlimited class boat put together. Dealing with the engine issues. Clean but slow. .6872. 60.872. So he's going to get that boat up on the trailer, and the mechanics definitely going to be looking at that. Boat 1-3, Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil. A DNF in the first qualifier. Little out of the water fun. And again. Scott Saxton with an out-of-the-water DNF. Back end breaking loose as he goes through that particular corner, and so the safety crew getting another little workout. they'll get it started and out of the water. Well, if you're feeling kind of hungry right now, you might want to head over to Baja Babes Tacos for some of their Baja-style shrimp tacos. They have the chicken tacos and quesadillas and some ice cold drinks to go along with it. Terry's is over there too with your third-pound cheeseburgers and hot dogs, Canadian-sized block of fries and slew fries with taco meat and cheese on top of them. They also have burritos and nachos and chicken noodle and rice bowls. They'll have breakfast tomorrow morning as well with your usual breakfast fare, sausage and eggs and bacon and biscuits and hash browns from 6 until 11 o'clock for those of you spending the night. And if you need a little bit of adult beverage refreshment, time for you to go over to the beer garden and have some Budweiser. King Beverages supplying the Bud and the Bud Light. Reminding you that if you're going to get out there on the roads after the races today, make sure that you have a designated driver with you. We do know that both the county and state police will be out in force today. Make sure that everybody is safe, so make sure you have a designated driver if you're enjoying the beer garden. Darren Swindoll in boat 47. Part of the Bandit team. It's all good. $52.986, 52.986, and boat 47 with the Swindalls. So fastest boat in the class in this run, once again, is Doug Hendrickson in boat 01, a part of Wicked Team Racing, with a 51.487. Had 3 DNFs in the round with boat 88, boat 22 taking the wrong turn with Scott Saxton in boat 13 with an out-of-the-water experience. So coming up in the unlimited class, we will have 2 boats that have scratched for this run. Boat 907, which is Eric Werner and wife Rhonda. So 907 is going to sit it out this round, as is Bill Sparling and Nicole Brown in boat number 4. So boat 19, which scratched in Q1, will put it in the water. Josh Reynolds getting it warmed up. Erica, his wife, riding with him. They're from Harrison, Idaho. Rocket Speed and Marine, their sponsors, along with Chaz Reynolds and Northwest Mechanical out of Olympia, Washington. once again on the 10-11 turn, it is a DNF. So boat 19 having the issues today. It did not start in the first qualifier and a DNF in the second. So when they should be doing a turn on 11 from 10, what keeps happening is they end up going down 12. So instead of turning up, they turn down. That will bring us to boat 55M. Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil. Richmond Racing Engines, Bridgeview Marine, and M&M Glass. Hard to believe that the driver, Corey Johnson, is a tugboat captain in real life. Quite a bit different from a tug. Seconds if all things go well. The question is, can he bring it in under 50? Not quite. Great run though. 50.223. 3/10 of a second faster than his previous run, and about 2/10 of a second off of Dan Morrison's best of a 50.082. So a good run for Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil as they once again get into the swing of sprint boat racing after a couple of year hiatus for Corey as the driver. That'll bring us to boat 33, or pardon me, 33. Some more new blood with the Gallaghers, Ron and Jason from Olympia, Washington. Garco Construction has been around since 1978, and they're a general contractor with in-house design capabilities and current construction volume in excess of $150 million. They're very proud to be bringing you racing here at the Webb Slough, and proud to sponsor our racers like boat 33 now, Bootlegger Racing. And this is just not a quality day for the unlimited class. Just constant problems. So boat 33 had a DNS in the last run and barely makes it onto the water in the second to pick up the DNF. And we'll round out Q2 with Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire, part of Wicked Team Racing, the current unlimited champion. They've been champions in the unlimited class a couple of times, modified champion in 2008, taking second in 09 and 2010. 2010 was the year that Dylan Cummings won the championship as being the youngest racer ever to win as a teenager. That was a great year for him. Dan's been running the racing for a while. Now co-owner of the Extreme Sports Park in Port Angeles. Yes, sir. And right after Dan Morrison's run, we will have the driver introductions. So teams, tell other teams to get ready for the driver's introductions. Then we'll have the quick lunch break and get into our lunch break coming up after the fourth qualifier. So the fastest boat so far on the track today is back on the water with Dan Morrison behind the wheel of boat number 10. It looks like it's going to be close. Can he do it? It looks like he did. .611. There is your fast boat on the water today so far. So the 50-second mark has been smashed by Dan Morrison with a 48.611. What a great run. That was so smooth. Well done by Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire. Great work, great run. Definitely picking up where he left off at the end of last season with just a terrific run there. All right, we're going to be doing driver introductions. Drivers, teams, get in your places as we get ready to introduce you.
Other side. Do you want to chase your brother?
So again, team introductions coming up. Greenboro Printing, one of our big official sponsors out here, and they do all of the screen printing and embroidery for Web Slew. They pride themselves on custom design work, and they do some great designs. They have friendly personal service, and they offer in-house customized screen printing as well as embroidery. They have a small team, but they're all very dedicated and a great group. You can visit Greenboro in the historic Hilliard neighborhood of Spokane online at greenboro.com. That's G-R-R, or make that G-R-E-E-N-B-U-R-O for all of your screen printing and embroidery projects. Also, for your car, your pickups, your SUVs, your motorhomes, if it takes a tire, Les Schwab's got it. Backed by their best tire value promise at Les Schwab, they want to earn your business. Okay, teams, please get in your places for the driver introductions. A big thank you to Star Rental of Spokane for providing lights and lifts to the video and photo crews. Webb Slough loves renting from Star Rent.
So we're doing driver introductions in a minute. I'm going to step off the lift and take a short break.
CHS Primeland proudly supports Webb Slough and sprint boat racing at its best. You can visit primelandcoop.com to see all of their locations, what they have to offer. Wetter is better at the slough. Hey, if you're looking at the retail booths over there, if you'd like to get yourself some slough gear, you can pick up the t-shirts, this year's t-shirts, tank tops, hats, visors, hoodies, cool cups and blankets. And if this is your first race or your 14th, they have your goods over there at the slough gear booth. Wicked Racing also has their gear out there as well. Everything from stickers, bracelets, koozie cups, sweatshirts, even baby onesies and bibs. Scream Designs in Vendor Row has your official ASB season shirts, the coolest t-shirt designs for the ultimate sprint boat racing fans. Also, a big thank you to the Marines of the Palouse. They'll have the 5K fun run and the 10K competitive run coming up on September 12th. The few, the proud, the muddy, raising money for local wounded veterans right here at Webb Slough on September 12th. You can register at themarinesofthepalouse.com or head over to the booth by the front gate for more information for the dedicated group of Marines. Okay, this is your driver introductions. Hopefully we'll have some drivers over there that will be making the walk out so you can sort of meet them, at least to be able to see them. Boat 17 in the modified class is Two Pump Chump. Drivers Scott Ackerman and Graham Reynolds from Colfax, Washington. Boat number 5, which has scratched for the day, unfortunately, is Mel Craven and Chris Ebert, both from Spokane, Washington. The boat is 05 Showtime. Boat 49, which has been our fastest boat in the modified class, even though they DNF'd in Q2, it's Robert Cox, the driver, and Liz Petring. She's from Auburn, Washington, and Robert is from Hayden, Idaho. The Ford crew. Boat 99, from Sequim, Washington, Dylan and Terry Cummings. Also in the modified, part of the Fat Buddies, it's Air Bud, Bud Florco, and Josh Dunham, boat 166. New to the crew, boat 146. We've seen the boat before, but not the driver or his navigator. It is Ben Graham and Doug Wickman from Wrangell, Alaska.
Thank you guys for coming, huh?
Also making a trip from up north, Part of Fat Buddy North, boat 59, Jamie and Leslie Hassel, the husband-wife team from Tulameen, British Columbia. Last year's national champs in the modified and the 400 class, Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey from Spokane and Aberdeen, Washington, respectively. Boat 69 is Overkill. Dennis and Mattia, the driver and navigator. Boat number 9, Fat Buddy Jr., Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans. Jesse from Langley, British Columbia. Logan hails from Bonnie Lake, Washington. Logan just graduating this year. Congratulations, Logan. Boat 54. They're the ones that had the very nasty accident out there in front of the beer garden. Boat 54, Bill Reichert and Mike Woods. Bill's from Tulameen, British Columbia. Mike from Penticton, BC. Also in the modified boat 34, Wave Digger 2. Skylar Smith and Casey Donahoe, both from St. John.
Hey, bud.
In the 400s, the husband-wife team from Princeton, British Columbia in boat 88, Wino. It is Jordy and Deb Cook. In the 400 class, boat 22, the boat is Punisher. It's Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser. Phil's from Langley, British Columbia, part of the Fat Buddies, while Sharon hails from Tangent, Oregon. So, coming in from the north and the south here to St. John. Boat 400, part of the Brother Bandit teams. Brian Swindoll and Mike Gamboa, boat 76. Brian is from Tacoma. Mike from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Boat 76, getaway vehicle. Boat number 1, fastest boat in the 400 so far today with Wicked Racing. It is Doug Hendrickson and Nicole Heaton Muller. 5-time national champion, Doug Hendrickson. Boat number 2, Live Wire from Sequim, Washington, the father-son team of Paul Garr and Josh Garr. Boat 02. Scott's going to take the, I think he's going to take the walk around himself. Scott Saxton in boat 13, Fat Buddy Prime.
Yeah, there's
Gary is also riding with Corey, so he's going to take the walk once. Also in the 400s, part of Team Bandit. Boat 47, Gold Rush, Darren and Autumn Swindoll.
Thanks for coming out, guys.
And that is your 400 class for the day. Now in the Unlimiteds. Returning to sprint boat racing after a hiatus in boat 907. Part of Jolly Rogers Racing, Eric and Rhonda Werner from Wrangell, Alaska. In boat 4, Sinister. From Corvallis, Montana, it's Bill Sparling and navigator Nicole Brown from Sequim, Washington. Boat 19, Bootlegger Racing. It's Josh and Erica Reynolds, the husband-wife team from Harrison, Idaho. Give it up for the newbies. In boat 55, Liquid Addiction, for the first time as part of the Fat Buddies from Canada, Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil from Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Also a part of the bootlegger racing contingent, boat 33, Ron and Jason Gallagher, the brother-brother team from Olympia, Washington. And rounding out the Unlimiteds, boat 10, the fastest boat on the track so far today with Wicked Racing, Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire. And those are your racing teams. Give them a big round of applause.
Good name. How we doing, guys? Thanks for coming out, guys. You guys are why we're here.
And with that, we'll get ready. Once we clear the track again, we'll get our second qualifier, or our third qualifying run underway today.
There you go.
Well, last year's national champion in two different classes, the modified and also the 400, was Dennis Hughes. Mattia Haskey is longtime navigator, also helping out there at last night's show and shine. Had a chance to talk to Dennis and talk about some of the changes that he's made in his boat. And Dennis is what I refer to as sort of one of those backyard wizards who does it all himself.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Many championships, it might as well just be an honorary position for you for the next decade.
Oh no, we still got to fight for it. We work hard in the off season and we give it everything we've got. So they're well deserved, but they're still hard to come by.
Last year, Phil Miller definitely stepping up his game quite a bit. Pushed you very hard, and you just barely eked out that national championship. And I know you, so in the off season, things got worked.
Yeah, we took that as a threat. We hadn't really touched our boat in a big way for a few years, running the same motor and pump combination. And so once we got a little wake-up call from Phil last year, we decided to go all in and see what we can come up with for a new design. We really lowered our center of gravity, laid the seats back. We built our own custom pump from scratch. So yeah, we got a lot of custom work into this boat now, and it's pretty much all we've got now. So for a super mod, this is hopefully the end of the game for us.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the pump. For folks that don't know that much about sprint boats, the magic in these boats really is the pump. I mean, that's where your thrust comes from. That's where your handling comes from. I mean, sure, the hull and the engine and all of it play a part, but the magic is really the pump.
Yeah, that's it. And we weren't really convinced on the Scott pump that we had a lot of ideas that we wanted to try that we couldn't fit into those constraints of that design. So we made more of a modular pump where we can change lengths of impellers and diameters of impellers much easier. We can change out stator blades, try different numbers of stator vanes, different nozzles, and of course impellers. We can now eliminate impellers. We can add more stages to it if we feel. So this is really just a test run right now for it. We've got a baseline. This pump is real similar to a Scott inside, and we're going to use that as a baseline. And then when we do our modifications, we'll be able to really document our improvements.
All right, so not to be crass about this, but it almost sounds like a Lego pump where you can change things out as you need.
That's exactly it. You know, we can change just about any portion of it now. We built our own suction housing, so if we want to change diameters, we can just build one that's a little bit larger. Right now we've upsized a little bit from last year, but really the sky's the limit, especially in the superboat class where they really need a larger pump than what's available. I think our design's really going to help out with those guys that can that need a larger pump.
And one of the things that should be mentioned here is, you know, you're not somebody that can throw a lot of money at the boat, but you can spend a lot of time and you have access to materials and a little engineering help, right?
Oh yeah, we've got an engineering department at work and they help me out. We've got dozens of CNC machines that I have access to. We've got computer programs that we can do flow analysis with, and so we're really hoping that we're hitting it on the mark with this one. So, but if not, you know, we can always go back to the drawing table. We've got everything that we've made on file, and we can manipulate it and you know, make changes to our drawings and in the end product as well.
All right, well, Dennis, then that leads to the next question. Which do you have more fun doing, designing and building the boat or actually driving it?
I actually enjoy building them more, but what makes the building of the boat worthwhile is when you win. So that's what makes it more fun, I guess, is taking what you've created and going out and putting on a show and beating your competition.
All right. Well, it's an awesome story, Dennis. Look forward to seeing you on the water, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Island Hoppers, we need you back on the islands so we can get racing underway again. Island Hoppers, safety crew, please take your places. We'll see Dennis in boat 69 out here again in a little bit. And all the other racers as well. So, just taking a quick look at the score sheets here. We have two boats in the modifieds that have put it in under 51 seconds. And just about 1/10 of a second separating the times between Robert Cox in boat 049 and Dennis Hughes in boat 69. Got a 50.76 versus a 50.89. And the other fast boat in the modified class is going to be Scott Ackerman with a 54.729. And sort of in the running there is Dylan Cummings in boat 99 with a 55.391. The 400 class, Doug Hendrickson has led the pack for the day in boat 01, a part of Wicked Team Racing. He has a 50.487 as his best time. Second best in the water on the day would be Darren Swindoll in boat 47 with a 52.768. And then in our unlimited class, it's been kind of a weird day, a lot of mechanical problems and the like. Obviously, the fastest boat was our last run, and that was Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire in boat 10M. The Port Angeles duo putting in a 48.611 as part of Team Wicked, with second best on the day being Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil in 55M with a 50.223. And then the only other boat that's even been in the water to run and get a run was Eric and Rhonda Werner in boat 907. Their homebrew craft with a 54.104. So those are your fast boats on the day. There's still two qualifying runs. We still have a couple of boats that have not qualified today at all. In the modified class, we have boat 146, part of Jolly Rogers Racing. That's Ben Graham and Doug Wickman from Wrangell, Alaska in boat 146. They've had two DNFs. They've got two more chances to try and put a time down and potentially make it into the money rounds, into the quarters and semis. But still, they're going to have to really put it together and get a qualifying run in. Two DNFs for them. Also yet to qualify in the 400s would be Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil in boat 13 with two out of water DNFs going into the third qualifier. In the unlimited class, Bill Sparling and boat number 4 and Nicole Brown have yet to qualify with 2 did not starts in a row. Also, boat 19 having problems for the day as well. Boat 19 is Josh and Erica Reynolds. And then we have boat 33, which is yet to put in a qualifying run. That's Ron and Jason Gallagher, also a part of Bootlegger Racing. So the Bootleggers having a little bit of problems today out here as they try to make their way into arguably the hardest of the classes. It's pretty much typical that the unlimited class has a lot of mechanical problems because those are the more extreme of the machines, and a lot of experimentation goes on in a variety of different ways with those boats. So there's always, it seems like, mechanical issues that are part and parcel of having an unlimited class boat. So our safety crews back in their places. All right, so it looks like we're ready to light a candle on it. We will see Scott Ackerman from Colfax and Graham Reynolds back in the water. Co-owners here at Webb Slough and co-landowners, I guess, of ESP Sports Park, at least it says in the bio. Boat 17. Scott Ackerman, 46. Graham is 19 years old. Sponsored by Napa M&M Glass, Hell's Canyon Sport Fishing, Lennox, Shriners Hospital, Catalyst Church, and Ackerman Heating. Sponsors always a big deal for these boats. Not a lot of money is made racing them. The sponsors help keep them in the water, also aid in the improvements in those particular boats. Speaking of our sponsors, Star Rental of Spokane provided the lights and lifts for our video and photography crews. Webb Slough loves renting from Star Rental, and you will too. Whitgrow, also a proud sponsor. Whitgrow serves St. John and Endicott growers, providing all their grain handling and marketing needs, as well as certified seed and implement repair services. The green flag is out. Boat 17 in the water, and we are racing again. Nicely done. $55,890. So 55.890. That is actually Boat 17 and Scott Ackerman's slowest run of the day. Their best was in Q2 with a 54.729. When it comes to deciding which boats make it into our quarters and semis, it all's based on the fastest time in the qualifiers. So if you had a fast Q1 run and 3 slow runs in Q2, 3, and 4, that fastest run is going to be the time that's counted. Boat 049, Rob Cox. The boat is Obsession. He's still the fastest boat in the class after a great run in Q1, a DNF in Q2. So smooth in this run. Really not even taking his foot off of it. This is going to be another great run for Robert Cox. Not as fast as his first run, but still very good. 51.416. We may see all the times just a little bit slower as the temperature increases. Boat 99, Dylan and Terry Cummings. 55.391 was his best and only time so far. Pretty much flat-footing it the last round. Listen to the boat. Listen to the sound of the engine note, and see if he ever takes his foot out of it. Because last time it didn't sound like he did. Is clean. Boat 166 will be out next. So boat 166 will be up next. Unofficially, the time for officially 56.234, boat 166 now. Right around the corner, keeps it in the water, tries to maintain it. Probably sucked up a nice chunk of turf. And he's going to bring it home. And Air Bud inhaled some dirt. So boat 146, the only boat not to put in a qualifying run in the modifieds, coming up next. They're sponsored by, they being boat 146, Ben Graham and Doug Wickman from Wrangell, sponsored by Amy Graham Realty Group from Lincoln City, Oregon. Find out more by going to coastcastles.com, where you can still buy your oceanfront home for under $400,000. If you've never been to Lincoln City, Oregon, by the way, and you love the coast, Lincoln City is one of those great Oregon coastal towns. So boat 146, formerly owned by Eric Warner, who's now in the unlimited class. So Ben kind of coming out easy. I think he just wants to get a clean run under his belt, which is reasonable for the rookie. It's not easy to learn these rotations. Oh, grabs some bank, and he gets the DNF. So a third DNF. As I started to say, that it's not easy to learn one of these rotations where you have 32 or thereabout turns. I mean, it's one thing to look at a map, to stand up here on one of the terraces and look down at the track. It's an entirely different matter to be on the track, on the water, trying to figure out exactly where you're at and where you're supposed to go. The drivers are not allowed to have the map of the track. They're not allowed to have that in the boat, and they're only given the track rotation the night before to memorize, to learn, and to get in their head. They have a chance to walk the track. They have a chance to, of course, take a look at it, but you only get that chance to get on the water when it's race time. And it's a completely different thing, and for somebody that's new, it's difficult. That brings us to boat 59, Jamie and Leslie Hassel. This boat, by the way, for sale, as they get ready to build a new boat. Pretty much turnkey. Everything, including the trailer, goes with it, 25 grand. If this is something you've been interested in doing, you might want to talk to the Hassels. It's boat 59 for sale. And you might be able to get it cheaper. But wait a minute, Jamie. It's scratched. You got scratches on this. So they come out of the water. It's such an odd little, I mean, that's a very unique turn to sprint boat racing, that little tiny round island up at the top. You don't see a lot of accidents there, but you normally see them coming out of that particular area. So they get put back in the water, Jamie and Leslie Hassel with the DNF. Now, even though they could continue going right now, they get the DNF. As soon as anybody touches their boat from the outside, it's a DNF. So they'll bring it out. And that brings us to boat 69. Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey. Their best run was a 50.899. We'll see if they can shave any time off of that run. Still our best in the class today has been Robert Cox after that first qualifying run of a 50.786. We will round out the third qualifier in the modifieds with boat 22. Jesse Nepstad Miller, Bill Reichert, or actually Bill Reichert will not be running this run after that big wreck. So boat 54 will not make it out, but boat 34 will round it out, which is the Wave Digger. So here comes boat 69. The Electric Razor from Hell. Unique sound coming from the fact that those headers just go right into a single tailpipe muffler. Gives it a completely different engine note than the other boats that are out here. This is another great run. Wow. Be interesting to see this. .780, fastest in the class today by 0.006 of a second. So yeah, things can get kind of tight in racing out here. Everything based on time. So that brings an extra added wrinkle of interest with the modified class. As boat 09 rolls. Hangs on to it, mans up, brings it out, puts it back on track. Jesse with the Pat Buddies. It's good. .55.847 and his best run. So boat 54 scratched for this round after the ugly rollover, partially submerged wreck in our third qualifier. Worst wreck of the day. So boat 34, Smith and Donahoe, Schuyler and Casey. Sponsored by Webb Slew, St. John Hardware, Edna Rowe Racing. Schuyler only 18 years old, the driver. Nicely done. .55.673 officially. And that officially ends the Q3 runs for the modifieds, taking us into the 400 class. Jordy and Deb Cook have yet to qualify and are hoping that they get that monkey off their back in boat 88 to begin the third qualifier in the 400 class. Big thank you to Dale P. Nunn Photography for their fantastic pictures of the slough and their support of the venue out here. You know, Wilbur Ellis is your agricultural and chemical and fertilizer specialist here in the Palouse. They've been assisting farmers with their needs and bringing value to their crops for years. You can contact their techs at Fairfield in Toccoa, Oakesdale, or Colfax. Wilbur Ellis, they help local farmers feed the world. And if you're looking for some ice right now that things have warmed up a little bit and you've been dipping into the cooler, you head down to Vendor Row. You're going to be able to pick some up at Webb's Empire Foods, located out there on Vendor Row, the first booth closest to the terraces out there. Also a big thank you to the slough crews. There's a lot of volunteers that make this happen here at the slough. Really the entire town of St. John, you could call it one big volunteer crew working all the different things that can be worked out here. And a lot of help from some of the surrounding communities as well. So, will he get a clean run? Nixon Island hangs on to it. A little bit wild and wide. Actually going in wide on a number of these corners. Looks like he's having a hard time just getting his line down in another wide corner. Not wide enough to take him out of the water, but wide enough to slow him down quite a bit. As he hangs on to it. Wide again. It done. So the monkey finally out of his back. 62.839. Congratulations going out to Jordy and Deb. Boat 88 gets a qualifying run. And that will qualify them, of course, for the quarters, where it is the fastest 8 boats in the class, and so they will automatically move into the quarters now that they have qualified. Boat 22, Phil Miller. Also a fat buddy. Sharon Hauser. Monty's Racing Engines, Precision Finish, M&M Glass, Albany Napa Auto Parts. Albany is in Albany, Oregon. and roll, Phil. .48.807. That puts him in unlimited time. Congratulations, Phil, breaking the 50-second mark and laying it down. The only boat close is Doug Hendrickson, and he's 3 seconds off the mark. Phil just stuck that one. Good for him. Boat 76, Brian Swindoll and Mike Gamboa. It's good. His best run, 53.809. A full 2 seconds faster than his 55.83 in the first qualifier. And where did that run by Phil Miller come from? Man. 6 seconds faster than his first qualifier, which was a 54. He DNF'd in the Q2, and then out of nowhere, he's putting in an unlimited time. Let's see what Doug Hendrickson at boat 1 as part of Wicked Team Racing can bring. His best was a 51.487, and he waves it off. I'm sure Doug, like everybody else, was, where did that 48 seconds come from? So the run is good. So unofficially, about 51.89. So officially, 51.897 for Doug Hendrickson and Nicole Heaton-Muller, part of Wicked Team Racing. With boat 2, live wire, Phil and Josh Gara on the way out. Sponsored by Smoke Wizard, Hedman Headers, Jessel Valve Train Innovation, Alderson's Auto Body, T&D Contracting. And he comes home. So a DNF. So Paul Gard dealing with his share of issues today. Boat 13, Scott Saxton, Gary McNeil, part of the Fat Buddies, Fat Buddy Prime, the first of the Fat Buddies. 2 DNFs so far. All they need to do is just get a time to make it into the quarters and then let things go as they may. So he had it started. So moves off the trailer. So a hard day for the leader of the Fat Buddies. Looking to break through, much like Jordy Cook did in the Q3. And I'm wondering if Scotty isn't dealing with, I guess, the DNF. Just watching the way the boat was handling, though, I'm wondering if he's not dealing with some steering issues. The boat just doesn't seem crisp in the corners. So another DNF. So 3 in a row for Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil in boat 13. Darren and the Swindols, Darren and Autumn, will round out the Q3 in the 400s. If you need some caffeine, head on over to Have Beans Mobile Espresso with their iced latte, mocha iced tea, and fresh brewed coffee. They also have icy blended fruit smoothies, along with peach, mango, strawberry, and wild berry, and frothy granitas. And they do accept bank cards, too. Is good. Very nice. So 51.716. His fastest run and faster than Doug Hendrickson. So all of a sudden, Doug Hendrickson in this run sees himself running third behind everyone else. Still, Doug's best was a 51.487, but Darren Swindoll stepping up, shaving a good 1.2 seconds off of his last run. But still, the story in the 400s is Phil Miller in boat 22. Just coming out and laying down a time within 0.2 of a second of Dan Morrison's 48.611. So number 19 in the unlimited class, Josh and Erica Reynolds will try it again after a scratch in the first qualifier and a DNF in the second. So close to getting it done. Now if they can rock that boat and get it back in the channel, they can still do it. And he's waving them off. He's saying, don't touch it yet. It's not a DNF. I mean, he's still in the right channel. It's not a DNF until the boat is touched. And tag, you're it. Now it's a DNF. So we still have 3 racers yet to qualify. About five racers have yet to qualify. That would be boat 146, also boat 13, Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil. Bill Sparling in boat 4, Reynolds in boat 19, the Gallagher's in boat 33. They'll have their chance in just a second to put their boat in the water. After, we have boat 55 with Corey and Gary. The Flying Canucks.
We're up to 74 viewers now. We were down to about 60 for a while. So a lot of people from Australia and New Zealand coming online probably. Welcome. Hope you enjoyed the race. We're in the 3rd qualifying.
If you're looking for something to do in the Palouse, call College Cabs. They have the latest and greatest taxi service to hit the Moscow and Pullman area with clean, fast, reliable service. They're also providing a safe shuttle for all our SLU fans to and from the downtown show and shine. Also, racing today sponsored by AL Compressed Gases, the area's premier welding supply and gas distributor. They serve Spokane, Moses Lake, Pasco, Coeur d'Alene, Clarkson, and Union Gap. And they support sprint boat racing. Here's boat 55. It's good. $49,683. So another boat pulling it in under 50 seconds. Still about a full second off the best time in the class, which is Dan Morrison, Kara McGuire, boat 10. At a 48.61 in. We'll see what they're going to bring coming up here in just a moment. Boat 33. Ron and Jason Gallagher. We'll try to qualify after mechanical problems in the first qualifier and a DNF in the second. Not a great time, but it's a time. 69.095. So congratulations to Bootlegger Racing's Boat 33, Ron and Jason Gallagher from Olympia, Washington. They get their first qualifying run-in as rookies. And now arguably the most experienced driver in the class, Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire, make their way out in wicked boat number 10. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, MAV TV. And while that was a great run, that was a DNF. Spotter and backup spotters call that a DNF. Also another 10 and 11 problem, so that is a DNF for Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire. All right, so this will take us now to our fourth and final qualifying run. So looking at the modified class, the only boat that has not put down an official time in a qualifying run would be Ben Graham and Doug Wickman in boat 146 Jolly Roger. That is in the modified class. So obviously they'll be looking to try and step it up. There's actually 11 in the class. Fastest 8 make it in, so 3 boats out of this class will not move into the quarters. Scott Ackerman in boat 1, along with Graham Reynolds, getting ready to bring it. Their best was 54.72 in Q2. Pretty much the boat, according to Scott Ackerman, was untouched from last year's 2 races. Always races here in St. John. So if we could get our Jeep drivers back to the pits, please. Jeep drivers, we need you back to the pits. Clean run. $55,330. So the boat number 5, Mel Craven and Chris Ebert, apparently out of it for the day. And boat 049 is expected to be in the water next. By the way, Jeep drivers, we need you back at the pits, please, as we try to get finished up on Q4. For over 60 years, Les Schwab has been committed to providing their customers the most for their tire dollar. Price, value, and selection. Les Schwab is the home of the best tire value promise. Also, Whitgrow is a proud sponsor of Web Slew Racing. Whitgrow takes pride in serving St. John and Endicott growers, providing grain handling and marketing needs, as well as quality certified seed and implement repair services. Wilbur Ellis is also your local agricultural, chemical, and fertilizer specialist throughout the Palouse, assisting farmers with their needs and bringing value to their crops. You can contact any one of their knowledgeable techs at any one of the following branches: Fairfield, Toccoa, Oakesdale, and Colfax. Wilbur Ellis Company proudly helps local farmers feed the world. So our volunteer crew out here is made up of volunteers at the SLU crew from the Rosalia ambulance crew, the Colfax ambulance crew, Whitman Hospital staff, MedStar, the Whitman County Sheriff's Office, Washington State Patrol, St. John and Colfax fire departments. They keep everybody safe. I mean, you think about it, all of the safety crew people out here are essentially first responders. We have 4 first responders, 3 police officers, 12 firefighters, 11 EMTs. It's a pretty experienced crew. The El Katif Shriners Duck Race has been proud sponsors of the duck race since 1991. The El Katif Shriners have. They've raised well over $600,000, and all in the support of the Spokane Shriners Hospital and the Patient Transportation Fund. The Shriners Hospitals for Children is actually a healthcare system of 22 different hospitals that dedicate themselves to improving the lives of kids by providing pediatric specialty care, a lot of innovative research, and teaching programs as well for medical professionals. They treat kids with orthopedic conditions, burns, spinal cord injuries, sports injuries, cleft lip and palate, and all of them are eligible for care. They receive all their services in a family-centered environment, regardless of the patient's ability to pay. So you can buy a $5 duck race ticket and support the Shriners Hospital in Spokane. First prize is $10 grand. Second prize is a Lake Roosevelt Super Cruiser. $1,000 for third prize. Fourth prize is a 110cc four-wheeler, and fifth prize is 500 clams. Stop by the Shriners Duck Race ticket booth and pick up your ticket today. The winners are the kids who use the Shriners hospitals. Next boat out will be boat 049. Two great runs for Robert Cox. And of course his navigator, Liz Petrin. 50.786 in the modifieds and a 51.416. They'll be followed by boat 99 with Dylan Cummings and Terry Cummings, the mother-son team. And then boat 166, Bud Florco. Thanks for joining us here at Webb Slough. We're going to be back at the end of August, the last Saturday in August, the 29th, for the final race of the ASB season. Our next two races coming up July 25th in Port Angeles, and then another race about a month later on August 22nd. We invite you to join us over the Olympic Peninsula for those races. Good and fast. $51.541. So his fastest qualifying time was 50.786, and that will be the time that is considered when it comes time for the quarterfinals. Boat 99 in the wings and warming up. Part of Psycho Team Racing, Jeepers Creepers, boat 99. Dylan and Terry Cummings. Dylan, as a young racer at about the age of 15, was tentative and had his breakthrough moment at one of the tracks when he put his foot all the way down to the floor and the throttle stuck open and he couldn't let off. And he ran the entire track absolutely wide open. And from that point forward, he was a force to be reckoned with. And that was the year in 2010 that he won the national championship. Really, the thing that has been holding Dylan back is essentially the power of the boat. You will see. Well, I expected him to open it up, but it doesn't look like he's going to, taking it very slow. And I'm not even sure he's going to be, yeah, he just called it off. So he gets the DNF for his last run. Announcer's jinx. Bud Florco. Air Bud, along with Josh Dunham. The two Mission British Columbia racers, part of the Fat Buddies in boat 166. Warming up on the trailer. We've got lunch that's going to be coming up here after our final qualifier with the Unlimiteds. So you might be heading over for some tasty treats in the vendor row area. St. John Community's Mothers Club has the snow cones and water and sports drinks and candy. Baja Babes Tacos has the Baja style chicken tacos, which I can tell you are tasty. Half Beans Mobile Espresso, caffeine, mocha lattes, mochas, fresh brewed coffee, fruit smoothies. Terry's has your cheeseburgers and your hot dogs and your big blocks of fries, nachos, burritos, even rice bowls. Bud Florco, boat 166. Our spotter calls a DNF. And that brings us to Ben Graham and Doug Wickman. Boat 146, their last chance to qualify. 3 DNFs running. 2 bad turns, 1 out of the water. All right, so we're hearing that boat 4 has scratched for the day. So that would be Bill Sparling and Nicole Brown, boat 4. Sinister Team Racing is scratched for the rest of the day. And here is Jolly Rogers' last chance with driver Ben Graham to make it. that's the day for them. So they get to do the tilt-a-whirl. And the crew makes their way over there to push them back in the water and get them off the track. By the way, it should be noted, Ben, that you are required to fill your divots. This is always, when they get on one of these steep islands, is always kind of a difficult thing as they try to get them back in the water. About 5 years ago at another track, they were trying to do that and literally sunk the boat. Pushed it in too fast, water came up over the top of the boat, and they literally just foundered it. Not happening here this time, fortunately. So now the next thing is, can they get it started? And they do. So that's the end of the day for Ben and Doug. And an inauspicious return for boat 146. But glad to see Ben and Doug out here trying. It's always great seeing new blood in the sport. New guys out there giving it a go. So after an up-close and personal view of one of the islands, the Hassels in boat 59. Jamie and Leslie will roll in. Jamie actually got started as a navigator with Jordy Cook. Did that for a couple of years until he got his own boat, and then Deb became his navigator and later on his wife. So boat 59. Yeah, you can tell when the crowd has got the rotation down when you have a group sigh. Oh. And that will put boat 69 into the water. I'm really interested to find out how much more this particular boat 69 has, or whether, I mean, he is maxed out. Like we said during the interview that we played a little bit earlier, as he was talking about, he has this new pump that he has created himself. Everything about it is his own design, very modular. And it's just interesting to see what he's actually going to be able to wring out of it. So boat 69, It's the same way with boat 907. I'm interested to see what that boat can bring, which is another very much a homebrew design that Eric Werner has put together. This is a very fast run. Will he get it under 50? Oh, almost. Great run. .427, fastest run in the class today. So he is able to pull about 0.3 of a second faster than his previous, so that is his best for the day, a 50.472. And that brings us to Jesse Nepstad Miller, who is Phil Miller's son. It's good. .52.668. By far, Jesse's best drive of the day. He had a Q3 of 55.8. This is a 52.6, so definitely in the money. Boat 54, after that hideous wreck in the second qualifier, the roll, the partial submersion, and sitting it out in the last run, they're going to bring it out again. So Bill Reichert, you know, one of the things after they have a wreck like that, they are given a medical exam to make sure that they're safe to drive. EMTs and the like. Give them pretty good workup to make sure that they are good to go. They are definitely taking a more conservative approach on this run. It's good. .60.647. Boat 54. And this will bring us to the local guys. Skyler and Casey. Wave Digger 2 in boat 34. driver and navigator from St. John. Looking to do good in front of the hometown crowd. They had a very respectable run in their last qualifier, a 55.6. Almost 7 seconds faster than their Q2 run. And call it good. And better than their last run. .54.307. So that is our fourth and final qualifier in the modifieds, bringing up the 400 class, where we have one boat that has not qualified, and that is boat 13 with Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil. Been having issues all day. Coming out in the 6th position. Jordy and Deb Cook also having their issues, a couple of DNFs, and finally able to put in a run at about 62.8. And they will be the first out again in boat 88. Really, as long as you can qualify and get a time in the 400s at this point with 7 boats, you're automatically into the elimination rounds and in the quarterfinals. So they have qualified. Now it's just a matter of getting competitive. DNF. And so they come home. And what will Phil Miller bring? Boat 22 out of nowhere, a 48.807 in that last qualifier. Pretty much shocking everybody. He's on his way out again, and makes you ask the question, how much more does he have? The way that our quarterfinals will work is the slowest boats will make their way out first, the boats with the slowest times. So the slowest to the fastest, so those 8 qualifying times. Definitely a day of ugliness for the unlimited class, with really only 3 boats in it. Waiting to see whether Eric and Rhonda Werner in 907 actually make it out into the quarters, and what that boat can really do, 54.1 in the unlimiteds. All right, so Phil Miller, boat 22. under 50 seconds. It's good. We'll see if that time holds. .530. So he shaves off another 0.3 of a second. I asked the question, does the boat have more? Why, as a matter of fact, yes, it did. So now in the 400 class, definitely the man to beat is Phil Miller behind the wheel of boat 22. The boat is Punisher, and it has been punishing the competition. Boat 76, Brian Swindoll, getaway vehicle with Mike Gamboa from Las Cruces, New Mexico. In the passenger seat, Brian's from Tacoma. Getaway vehicle is the boat. 53.8, his good time, his best, and he gets the DNF right off the bat. That leads us to boat number 1, Doug Hendrickson, Nicole Heaton-Muller. 51.487 for the Wicked Team boat is their best. Lucas Oil, MAV TV, K&N Filters, VP Fuel, 7 Seaters Casino, Ed's Automotive, Simpson Tools, All Weather Heating and Air, Balderson Auto Body, Doghouse Powder Coating, and R.E. Powell, all sponsors of Doug Hendrickson at boat 01, Wicked Racing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's from Pasco. Part of the Kelly Green Wicked team. They have their own booth over there with all sorts of Wicked swag. If you like green, that's where to go. Comes out of the water. That was close. Like I mentioned earlier, Doug is not afraid to scrape the sides of the boat if he thinks it's going to save him some time. It may have cost him a little bit. Is good. $52,970. Paul Gar is scratching in boat 02 live wire for this run. His best run was a 53 way back in the first qualifier. And that will bring us to boat 13 and a final chance for Scott Saxton, Fat Buddy Prime, Scotty Dog, to qualify for the quarters. And he comes out taking it easy. Now it's just a matter of keep it in the water, keep it in the channel. Even at the slow speed, he almost banks it. Just not a stellar day so far for Scott Saxton, but that could change. Right now, just trying to qualify. Just a few more turns. Now just keep it in the water. He did it! Congratulations to Scott Saxton. 57.971. So Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil have qualified in boat 13. Good for them. 47, Darren Swindoll and his daughter, Autumn, coming out. He's a two-time hard charger winner at the annual award ceremony that ASB has. And a DNF. .51.716 then officially is his best qualifying run. And that brings us to the unlimited class, where the sky is not necessarily the limit, it's just the goal to get off the ground or in the water. Been an ugly day for the unlimited class. Only one run by boat 907, Eric Werner and his wife. Bill Sparling got it in the water once, and that was it, and that wasn't even in a qualifying run. We've had boat 19 that scratched in the first and 2 DNFs in a row. Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil having a pretty decent day with bringing their boat in under 49 seconds, or 50 seconds with a 49.683. Boat 33 finally managed to get a qualifying run in the Q3 with 69.095, and Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire have been pretty solid, with the exception of the DNF in their last run, which looked to be their hottest run of the day, and that's saying a lot considering that they had the fastest time of a 48.611. And by the way, when Phil Miller in the 400 class put down a 48.530, he became the fastest boat on the water today. So, boat 19 with a final chance to qualify. Josh and Erica Reynolds. Last chance to qualify. About halfway through. That's the day for them. Well, we were hoping to see the rookies make it. And again, another group sigh. So that's the day for the Reynolds team. Josh and Erica out of it after that DNF. With boat 55M on the way out, Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil. Boat 55M. The run is good. .027. So the word we're getting is that boat 907 will be in the quarters. After seeing it only on the water once today, we'll get to see them once again. Boat 33, we'll get to see them a couple more times at least. With Ron and Jason Gallagher, Bootlegger Racing, boat 33 on the way. Don't forget, if you're over there in the beer garden, and we haven't heard from the beer garden for a while, are you folks well hydrated in the beer garden? Apparently so. When you can cheer with a slur, you're hydrated. For the folks that are enjoying the Bud and Bud Light over there, don't forget, if you're going to be heading home today, make sure you have a designated driver that's leading your crew home. Keep yourself safe. Responsibility matters, and King Beverages just says, hey, have a designated driver, but enjoy your day. Also, don't forget L&M Truck Sales has been in business in Spokane going all the way back to 1968. They started selling select used trucks to different transportation companies, and then finally they got into farm trucks, and they've been selling grain trucks and the like to rural communities like St. John. They've specialized in custom design, quality construction equipment, including truck mount cranes and farm trucks and water trucks, dump trucks, bucket trucks, you name it, pretty much fire trucks. They have an extensive rental fleet serving contractors and framers, farmers, utility companies. L&M Truck Sales. Also a sponsor at Webb Slough, Les Schwab Tires offering their best tire value promise, backed with quality customer service. With all the free services they provide, you're not going to find a better tire value anywhere. Also, Whitgrow sponsors racing here at Webb Slough, taking pride in serving St. John and Endicott growers. They provide grain handling and marketing needs, as well as quality certified seed and implement repair services. All right, boat 33. Almost hung it up. And they did a cartwheel. So we've officially been flashed. So we're waiting for hands up to make sure that they are okay. Once again, swinging wide, and then they get the ping pong. They're going to get them back in the water, so they are all right. Give them a round. Just goes to show you the resiliency in these boats and the way that they're built like little tiny water tanks. Oh, they're looking at the back end. I'm not sure what they may have done a little damage, or they just clogged the. And now they take the wedding processional out. So the safety crew getting their workout this afternoon. One boat left to come out, and that is Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire in boat number 10. The area's premier welding supply and gas distributor is AL Compressed Gases, serving Spokane, Moses Lake, Pasco, Coeur d'Alene, Clarkson, and Union Gap. They're proud to support sprint boat racing here in St. John. Also, D&J Farm Supply is the largest independent camoplast agricultural tract dealer in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, even western Montana. You can visit D&J Farm Supply, that's DANDJFarmSupply.com, to see their selection of extreme tools, toolboxes, and more. Extreme tools built to the extreme. By the way, our first aid station today is staffed by registered nurses from the Whitman Hospital in Colfax. All over there, happy and prepared to assist you if you have any first aid needs, whether you feel a little bit of dizziness because of the sun and the heat, or stung by a yellow jacket, or any of the things that can happen when you're outdoors. They're over there ready for you. You can find them over at the end of Vendor Row, right behind the bleachers. By the way, a big thank you to Marine Transport, who so far have helped the SLU crew recover boats once today. Marine Transport, not just for sprint boats, but also for oversized powerboat and even houseboat transportation. They're moving some of the Northwest's largest boats, and they've been doing it for over 18 years. And if you're looking for something to eat, coming up, lunch break as we do some tabulations and get ready for the quarterfinals. Nordic Smoked Barbecue is over there with their one-of-a-kind slow smoked brisket and pulled pork. Here we go, boat number 10. Dan Morrison, longtime navigator, Kara McGuire. 4:08.071. That is your fastest time of the day. So well done by Dan McGuire, and a great way to end the qualifiers. All right, so it's lunch break time. Our safety crew will have a chance to head to the heads, grab a little bite. You'll have a chance to do the same. So we just saw Dan Morrison lay the fastest time down of the day. Yesterday at the Show and Shine, we had a chance to chat with Dan Morrison in Boat 10, Wicked Team Racing. All of a sudden, the super boats are looking pretty good, Dan.
Oh, yeah, they are. We finally got a few of them to show up here, and some people stepping up and moving classes, that type of thing, and I'm really excited about it. We need competition up there.
Well, you're going to get it this year. I'm very impressed with what Bill Sparling has done with his boat. Have you taken a look at that thing?
No, you know, I have not, but I've heard about it from everybody. I guess it's a work of art. The guy's spent some serious hours building pumps and all kinds of things like that. He told me that he took spot and pump and tore it apart to piece a brand new one together to his specifications. I guess it works really well, and I have no doubt that Bill's going to be there. He was a second off our times last year and picked up a long ways to get there, which that last second is a hard one to get, but it sounds like he's got the right parts in the boat, and he finds the throttle. He's going to be on us, I'm sure of that.
All right, off-season, you know, have you made many modifications to your craft?
Oh, absolutely. Last year we ran 4 races on that brand new boat, and we never did get it quite to air out on the straightaways where it'd get the full RPM. What we've done different is just basically move weight around in the boat. We moved the cage back a couple inches now, just trying to get the front end to lift a little bit and not have to use just the nozzle to do it. And, we had a practice day a couple weeks ago in Port Angeles, and we ended up ripping one of our primary blades apart, which is a bad deal because it's not fixable, and we're down to one primary blade, but it's my favorite, so that's a good thing. And
do you have lucky blades, Dan?
You know, Bill, I really do. I got blades that I favor more than others, that's for sure. And the sad part is I'm down to just it right now. I have nothing to back it up. If it tears that blade apart, we're in trouble. But you know, you have 900 horse in the boat, and you're pushing 700 gallons a second of water out the back of that thing. It's going to hurt something if it doesn't work perfect. So that's part of our deal. But we got enough in our, you know, chest there. We can keep the thing moving, I think, and scrounge the parts up, get it going faster, I think.
Well, you bring up a really good point about trying to get the boat balanced and about just tuning the boat. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of people, when they first start sprint boat racing, really don't understand how complex and how difficult that is to tune the boat where you've got the seats in the right place and, you know, you're only drawing so much water and all of it.
Oh, it absolutely makes a difference. So we're looking at RPM and the straightaways, trying to figure out what our max RPM is, where we want to be. We're working those numbers off of what we saw in the dyno, where they are spinning the motor and putting a load on it, trying to figure out where the best power is and all that. We try to match our blades to match that, and the RPM's everything. So when you get on the straightaways and you can't quite get to your max RPM, you're not going as fast as you could. And that's what was happening to us all last year. We're pushing so much water with the front of the boat that we were really quick in the corners, but as soon as we got on the straightaways, you could just hear the motor fall on its face because it's trying to push too much water, and it just couldn't do it. So we are getting the boat aired out now. We just moved it again, haven't ran it again, so Saturday's race is all about setup, and we got 4 qualifiers to get it quick. So I think we're close. I think we know kind of where to go with it, but kind of like you're saying, there's a lot of little things that happen there. You move everything, like our cage and our seats 1 inch, changes the boat completely. It just, I can't even begin to tell you what it does to the steering wheel. It's amazing to know that 1 inch changed it that much.
People would be shocked, you talk about moving water, would be shocked how much water these things actually pump. How much?
Oh yeah, well in my boat, it's an 8.5 inch pump, and they claim with the throttle on the floor, it's 700 gallons a second.
Okay, one more time.
900 horsepower, baby. She's shooting 700 gallons a second.
That is an amazing amount of water.
It's hard to comprehend. It really is. The best way to see it really is to have a reverse angle camera on your boat, because even watching it in the stands and the audience, you just see a lot of water. But when you get to see that reverse angle, then you get to see how much water lifted up out of the back of the boat, which is the pump pushing water. And most of that water is laid down in the water. If you want to push water against water, that makes you have best thrust. But the water that does come up and lift up out of the water is usually 2 to 3 feet tall. But by the time that water gets up off the plane of the water and falls back down, typically we're 300 feet away before it touches again. So you see that reverse angle, you can really tell how much water is hanging in the air. It's a lot of gallons hanging in the air when that throttle's down.
All right, totally changing the subject on you. Did you ever think, and I remember your first races, did you ever think back then when you first started racing that you were actually going to have your own sprint boat race league?
That's a good question, but no, absolutely not. We've evolved. You know, we built St. John track here. We did that in 2007 in the early part of the year. Part of my payment was to buy a boat from Don Smith over the top of the hill here, and I built that track and went home with a boat. That's how I started. So when I bought that boat or got that boat, it seemed a lot more like we're going to go play on the weekends with a boat, like we were doing at the sand dunes before, things like that. But this has turned into so much more. We own a track in Port Angeles now. It gets one of the biggest crowds on the planet consistently over there. It's definitely equal to what St. John's doing or better. And not to knock this, because he's got a way tougher crowd to draw than I do. I mean, he's in a little town of 500 people here, and of course the town embraces it, but that won't equal 5,000 if you don't draw from outside. So I totally get what these guys are doing, and it's an amazing job that Matt and Amanda can make this kind of a crowd develop out here in the middle of nowhere, and way fun for everybody, obviously. But Port Angeles does the same thing, and you know, we're pretty much isolated too. We got to definitely draw from out of the town and that type of thing. And you know, we've been getting 6,000 and 7,000, 8,000 people at a race every race, and it's got to be fun for all these guys to pull up and see the wave of motorhomes in the parking lot like that before the race even starts, and just know that these people are good fans. They're diehards. They want to be here and enjoy each other and watch some damn good racing. And it has, Bill, turned into something so much more and further than anything I ever thought. I'm constantly dealing with television corporations now. You know, we sat in Corona, California in the off season here, my wife and Doug and I, and sat with Lucas Oil and Map TV. They got plans for us to go in bigger, better places, an arena probably somewhere in California. And I know a lot of people out here know which arenas we're talking about. They're famous for sure, and they said names, but nothing's in stone yet. And this group's got to get itself together a little bit to know which boats are going and that type of thing. But it's in the works, and it's on the map, and we're talking bigger business than anything I ever thought we were going to do when I bought a boat. I'll tell you that.
All right. Well, Dan, congratulations. Glad to see you back on the water again. Good luck out there on the water, and welcome to another season.
Right on. Thanks, Bill. Go Wicked.
Okay, so Dan, of course, running the fastest time on the day with a 48:07.1. Laying that down, as a matter of fact, his last round and the last boat of the last qualifying run in Q4. So we will definitely see him in the quarters, and likely, well, hard to say who's going to be in the finals. We've still got a lot of racing to go out here. So the way that it'll work is that we will have the qualifiers coming up in a little bit. The qualifying runs are finished, but we will have the quarterfinals, and then we'll roll into the semifinals. Quarterfinals will be the fastest 8 boats out of the class. That means the fastest 8 boats out of the modified class, whereas everybody that qualified in the 400, which was pretty much the entire lineup, everyone in the 400s will make the qualifiers, and everyone that had a clean qualifying run in the unlimited class also making it in, which would be Eric Werner in boat 907, Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil in boat 55M, the Gallaghers in boat 33, and of course Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire in boat 10M. So a lot of racing left to go. Thanks for joining us here at Webb Slough. We're going to be out here again August 29th. Our next two races coming up in Port Angeles. July 25th will be our first race there. Our second about a month later on August 22nd. We invite you to come on out there. And if you can't make your way over to the Olympic Peninsula and Port Angeles to the Extreme Sports Park, then you can check us out on the web. We're going to be streaming it live, just like we're streaming our race today on Livestream.com. You can also just go to asbracing.com and follow the links. You'll also be able to get tickets there. You can check out the schedule and other information regarding sprint boat racing and ASB racing in particular. They're at asbracing.com also. Of course, the races out here today and all of the races this season filmed by MAV TV. MAV TV on location. They're going to be airing these races again at a later date. We're happy to have MAV TV on location here in Webb Slough, and also our races in Port Angeles that'll be coming up. So big thank you for the support that MAV TV is giving sprint boat racing every time they put us on TV. Of course, it means more people in the stands. It means a few more racers, and as Dan Morrison was talking about a little bit earlier, it means expanding the sport into other venues and other locales around the country. It's great to watch, of course, the sport grow. Well, returning to sprint boat racing this year, after taking a couple of years off, the Flying Canucks, Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil, the first Canadians to race here in the United States. A little bit earlier this morning, after the racers meeting, we had a chance to pull Corey and Gary aside and chat with them a little bit. All right, having audio issues again this afternoon. Your fourth race of the season, fourth race.
Hours and 14 minutes so far on the air, and we've got a while to go.
Yeah. stripe was white, was 18 feet, the bow to stern light. Second hand, from a dealer in Atlanta, I rode up with Daddy when he went there to get her. Put on a shine, put on a motor, built out of love, made for the water. Ran her for years till her transom got rotten. A piece of my childhood that'll never be forgotten. It was just an old plywood boat, the 75 Johnson, with electric choke. A young boy, two hands on the wheel. I can't replace the way it made me feel, and I would turn her sharp and I'd make it whine. He'd say, you can't beat the way an old wood boat rides. Just a little late across the Alabama line, but I was king of the ocean when Daddy let me drive. Just an old half-ton short bed Ford my uncle bought new in '64. Daddy got it right, cause the engine was smoking, couple of burned valves, and he had it going. He let me drive her, we'd haul off a load down a dirt strip where we'd dump trash off a thick tin road. I'd sit up in the seat and stretch my feet out to the pedals, smiling like a hero that just received his medal. It was just an old hand-me-down Ford with 3-speed on the column and a dent in the door. A young boy, two hands on the wheel. I can't replace the way it made me feel, and I would press that clutch and I'd keep it right. He'd say, a little slower, son, you're doing just fine. Just a dirt road with trash on each side, but I was Mario Andretti when Daddy let me drive. I'm grown up now, 3 daughters of my own. I let them drive my old Jeep across the pasture at our home. Maybe one day they'll reach back in their file and pull out that old memory and think of me and smile and say, it's just an old worn out Jeep, rusty old floorboards, hot on my feet. A young girl, two hands on the wheel. I can't replace the way it made me feel, and he'd say, turn it left and steer it right. Straighten up, girl, now you're doing just fine. Just a little valley by the river where we'd ride, but I was high on a mountain when Daddy let me drive. When Daddy let me drive. Oh, he let me drive. This is just an old plywood boat with a 75 Johnson with electric choke.
We want to send out a congratulations and a happy 31st anniversary to a couple that, if you turn around, are literally sitting right on top of the announcer's booth, spending their 31st anniversary actually spotting at the 17th race here at Webb Slough. So Ken and Gloria, happy 31st anniversary, and thanks for volunteering your time to be out here and spend your anniversary at Webb Slough and helping us and the racers. Greatly appreciated. Probably 31 years ago, not the way they figured they would spend their 31st anniversary. And who knows, maybe they were fortune tellers. All right, we're gonna have some racing getting underway in a little bit. We're gonna run down the rotation, or the race positions coming up in a little bit here at Webb's Slough. One of the fastest boats on the course today in the modified class has been that Ford, boat 049. Obsession with Robert Cox behind the wheel. Chatted with him at the Show and Shine last night about some changes he made in the boat, and he's looking pretty good today, no doubt. Robert, glad to see you back. Boat 049, Obsession, the Ford. I know in the off season this baby was undergoing some treatment.
Yeah, we stepped the motor up just a little bit, did a lot of work to lighten the boat, reconfigured how the seats were mounted. It's probably going to feel like a whole new boat out there again this year, unfortunately.
Well, and that's one of the toughest things when you go through and you readjust and balance these boats. It's like a completely different, it handles completely differently.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. The unfortunate side is it's going to feel like I'm trying to get used to driving a whole new boat again. The plus side is it's going to be better when I get used to it, but there's going to be a learning curve involved again.
So is this the track that you'd like to start that learning curve on, or would you rather have a more open track like Port Angeles?
I really love this track, but these boats, these slipstreams don't tend to glue in quite as much as some of the other hulls. They want to slide just a little bit. So if my balance isn't just right, this track will sneak up and bite me really bad. That being said, I love this track, so I'll take this track anytime I can get it.
All right, you mentioned that you're making the thing lighter. I know that some folks like Bill Sparling, he's using carbon fiber in a number of different places on his boat to make it lighter. What kind of things are you doing?
A lot of work with a hole saw and a grinder. This boat lost roughly 10 pounds throughout the course of the winter. Just a lot of work with a 1-inch hole saw. Anywhere that I could find a piece of aluminum that didn't need to be there, it got cut out.
What about the pump? Work there?
No work there this winter. With everything else we were doing, we wanted to leave something the same just so that we had a baseline somewhere. And maybe eventually we'll get working on that pump and try to get some improvements out of that.
All right, so the question here is, you have somebody like Phil Miller, who really stepped up last year. You've got Dennis Hughes, who is always, he's always in it and has been for the last, I think, 5 years. You know, what does it take to move up to that level, and what's it going to take for you and Team Obsession to get there?
I really think it's just going to take some seat time with this particular hull. You know, we never really cut it loose all last year until the very end, and even then we were having some issues when we went to the national finals at Port Angeles. The boat's definitely got some speed to it. It should have even more speed and acceleration this year. It's just going to get used to the handling and get it dialed in the way we want it to drive, and I think we'll be right there with those guys.
How do you feel about starting the season with a new navigator?
I feel fine. My philosophy has always been that the navigator's there to back the driver up and support the driver. I've always memorized the course myself, so it's never really bothered me, no matter who's in the navigator seat with me. It's never really something that I let my mind focus on.
All right. You got the only Ford-powered boat out here. Are you still proud of that fact?
Absolutely. I wouldn't have it any other way.
All right. Robert, good luck.
Thank you.
Robert, obviously having a pretty good racing day as well. He will be coming out in the next to last position in the modified class when we get racing underway again. All right, so this is going to be the order of the racers that come out in the modified class as we roll into the quarterfinals. It's the slowest of the fastest qualifying times up to the fastest qualifying time. The first boat out will be boat 54, Bill Reichert and Mike Woods, part of the Fat Buddy team. Boat 59, then Jamie and Leslie Hassel, also Fat Buddies. Dylan and Terry Cummings in boat 99 from Squim, Washington will be out. Scott Ackerman and Graham Reynolds from locally, just down the street in Colfax, taking it to the field then. They'll be followed by Skylar Smith and Casey Donahoe from lovely St. John. Then Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans from Canada, followed by Robert Cox and Liz Petring in boat 049. And then, of course, the last boat out in the quarters will be Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey in boat 69 in the 400 class. Jordy and Deb Cook will be the first out in boat 88, followed by Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil in boat 13. Then Brian Swindoll and Mike Gamboa in boat 76. Both of the Bandit team boats making it. Paul Garr and Josh Garr in boat 2, followed by boat 47, Darren and Autumn Swindoll. Then Doug Hendrickson and Nicole Muller-Heaton in boat 1, and Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser round out the class in boat 22. For the super boats, our first boat out, Ron and Jason Gallagher, the brother-brother team from Olympia in boat 33, Eric Werner and Rhonda Werner, the husband-wife team from Wrangell, Alaska in boat 907. We've only seen it really just a couple of times today. We'll get to see it in the quarters. Also, Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil in boat 55M making their return to Webb Slough, the first place they ever raced in sprint boat racing, and they will be followed by Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire, who put down the fastest time of the day at 48.071. Very few boats, only about 3 of them have actually brought it in under 50 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see how we fare as we get into the quarterfinals here at Webb Slough. So again, just like last time, we'll start with the Super Mods, then the A400 class, and then we will roll into the Unlimited class. Happy birthday going out to Bill Reynolds. He is 44 years old. Graham Reynolds is navigating for Scott Ackerman. It's Graham's dad. So happy 44th there, Bill. And enjoy the long, slow downhill slide. Fear Not has a booth that's over in the vendor row where you can pick up your Fear Not swag, your tees, your tank tops, your stickers and decals. They're rebuilding their boat, and any swag that you pick up is going to help do that. Also, don't forget Scream Designs with your official 2015 ASB shirts. Located over there, and a number of team shirts as well that you can pick up. That's at the Scream Design booth. Wicked Team Racing is over in vendor row as well with plenty of Wicked team gear, everything from beer koozies to baby onesies to t-shirts and tank tops. You can find them at the Wicked Team booth. Webb Slough also has its booth with all sorts of gear, whether you're looking for diaper covers for the babies or maybe a hoodie. You're going to be able to find this year's Webb Slough gear over at the Webb Slough gear booth. You can support your racers that way. It's a great way to say that you love them, and it's also a great way to continue the sport of sprint boat racing. A lot of the racers rely on the team gear to keep them in the water, keep them fueled up, and keep those boats running. Our sponsors also keep things running here at Webb Slough. A thank you to AL Compressed Gases, the area's premier welding supply and gas distributor, serving Spokane, Moses Lake, Pasco, Coeur d'Alene, Clarkson, and Union Gap. They are proud to support sprint boat racing here in St. John. Also, if you're looking for something fun to do in the Palouse, call College Cabs for your next limo, party bus, or shuttle service. They offer a variety of inclusive wine tours and brew tour packages all around the greater Palouse. By the way, a big thank you to all of those veterans out there, regardless of their branch of service, that have served in the military. We want to honor and thank all of our veterans who have served and are currently serving to protect our great nation. A big thank you to the sacrifices not only that you have made, but also your families to ensure that we have the freedoms that we love here in the United States and our privileged way of life. A big thank you. So, we're going to start getting the boats staged in about 5 minutes. So that means safety crew, we need to have you make your way back to your places. Jeep drivers, we need to have you move your way back to your particular locales. Also, it means that we need our officials to make their way back to their posts as well. By the way, throwing a shout out to Elizabeth, our chief spotter, if you could stop by the announcer booth on your way back to your post. We have some information for you as well. Well, one of the fastest boats on the course has been Phil Miller in the 400 class, and surprisingly fast. He's part of the Fat Buddy team, and somebody who's proud of the fact that he's had a chance to go down under and race down in New Zealand and Australia last night. At last night's Show and Shine, we had a chance to talk to him. Well, in the middle of the Fat Buddy team, there's also the Miller team, a father-son team, as a matter of fact, and one of them is Phil Miller. And Phil, you had a great season last year in the modified class. Finally up there, somebody challenging Dennis Hughes.
I don't say that.
Well, you did a great job. I mean, accept it. You did a great job last year.
Yeah, I'd like to challenge him again this year, but he's got a whole new boat. He's probably going to have some time to dial that in, and I figured I'd go to 400 class and get it ready to go to the Worlds.
So last year, your son, Jesse, was running the 400s. You were in the modifieds. This year, you guys have switched.
Yes, we have. Same reason. I just want to get my boat dialed in so I can go to New Zealand and race.
Yeah. And talk a little bit about it. Faster than your boat last year?
Quite a bit faster.
And so what's it like to step up like that out of, you know, a slower boat into one that's considerably faster?
I guess we'll see after the first race, won't we? I don't think it's going to feel much different. It's going to feel fast. Even the other boat felt fast, so I think it's just, the clock will tell, but I don't think it's going to feel any different.
Yeah. How did your son feel about moving down into the modifieds from the 400?
It's still going to be faster than his boat last year.
And he's got your motor from the modifieds last year, and that's the engine that was definitely challenging Dennis Hughes.
And he's got a brand new pump that won the World Series out of the A400 class too, from New Zealand too.
So he's got a little bit in that boat.
Yes, it should be a winner.
So do you think that he's going to be able to handle all that boat?
Oh yeah, no problem.
He's
young.
You know, it's great. What's been fun watching, you know, particularly you and your son, and just kind of your growth as a racer. I mean, the first year you're out here, you're racing in a boat that you were taking out fishing for salmon with.
Still have that boat and still go fishing in it.
Which is pretty cool. At what point did you decide, though, that, okay, I'm done with this, I'm getting really serious?
When you feel like you're going down the straights and you need a paddle to go faster.
Yeah.
It's time to step it up.
Well, you guys really have stepped it up. Congratulations, first, on doing that. And secondly, have a great race. I'm looking forward to seeing you move up into the 400s.
Thanks.
And he's done very, very well for himself in the 400s, placing not only in the top of the class so far in the qualifiers, but as one of the fastest boats on the course completely. So it's a good move, obviously, for Phil Miller, as he moves into the 400 class, moving up from the modifieds, as his son, Jesse Nepstad Miller, moves down into the modified class. Yeah, you can't really say it's moving down, just moves over into a different class.
And I've been burning even though I've had like sunscreen.
We're just a few minutes away from staging. Again, we need our safety crews back to their locations. Officials, we need you to make it back to your posts. Also, Elizabeth, our spotter, we need you to drop by the booth for a moment. Jeep drivers, if you can head back down into the pits. And of course, drivers, we need you back as well as we get ready to get the quarterfinals underway. One of the other racers also having a pretty good day out here today has been Doug Hendrickson in the Wicked Team boat. Also one of the owners and one of the folks that run ASB Racing. Last night at the Show and Shine, we had a chance to sit down with Doug for a little bit of a chat, not only about racing, but about what's coming up for ASB. Another season of ASB, you got to be excited, Doug.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited to get back. I actually get to race again this year, and I'm pretty excited for the sport as well.
Yeah, well, a lot of boats out here. It's going to be a great day of racing.
Yeah, it's going to be a very competitive, very fast day too. There's a lot of quality boats here that are really, really quick, and I think it should be great for the fans.
Well, one thing that is very noticeable and is really exciting is how many of the unlimited class we have this year. I mean, in past years it's been 2 or 3, and now all of a sudden it's like, wow, where'd they all come from?
Well, they were out there. They just weren't all in one piece. We've even actually got more, and hopefully we should have more of them show up as the season goes on.
Now, you of course, racing in the 400 class. How you feeling this year?
Oh, I think we got a chance at it. We've got some really stiff competition. It's going to be something a guy's got to really be on his toes and on his A game to win the thing. But we'll go for it. I think we got a good shot to be on the podium.
The Fat Buddies from Canada obviously stepping their game up this year.
Yeah, big time. They're bringing 6 guns loaded.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the ASB. This is pretty exciting. I mean, we've got going to have some coverage out here today.
Yeah, we're real excited. We have Lucas Oil and Mav TV, who's owned by Lucas Oil, filming this event, and they will film the next 3 events as well. And hopefully the fans will see themselves on TV.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, it's a fan-friendly event and a family-friendly event, for absolutely sure. You know, talk a little bit about the season itself. I mean, you've got some exciting things going on.
Yeah, you know, we've got the World Championships that we're putting on. They're ASB World Championships, non-UIM events, and we're pretty excited about it. We may have some announcements by then of the 2016 season, which will even be bigger and better.
Yeah. So talk a little bit about the internationals. Talk about that.
Well, there's 3 countries, or actually 4 countries invited. The United States, obviously, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And we'll see who shows up. It's a big deal for them to cross the pond, and hopefully they'll be here.
Well, it would certainly be great seeing them racing here in the U.S.
Yeah, we really like that. It'd be a lot of fun. Good for the fans and spectators as well, and who are the favorite thing for me and this sport is the fans, and I really appreciate the constant response from all the fans, and they show up at every event, and they're lots of fun, and we really enjoy it and appreciate them.
Well, and it's nice too. I mean, every year you've seen growth, and when I say growth, I mean not only just in racers, but growth as far as the fans go. Larger crowds here in St. John every year. Port Angeles, of course. You guys packing them in?
Yeah, it's been great. Seems like word of mouth and advertising, and it just keeps stepping up little by little every year, and hopefully we'll get to that 20,000 mark.
All right, well, Doug, congratulations again with ASB and another ASB season, and good luck on the water.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, so we're going to get racing underway here shortly. Island hoppers, again, need to get you back out, and Jeep drivers, you need to head on back to your posts as well so we can get things rocking and rolling here at Webb Slough. Get a little racing underway. Time to light them up again as we get into the money rounds where it's go fast or go home. We go from the quarters to the semis, the fastest 8 boats to the fastest 4 boats, down to the final 2 boats to see who is going to be today's champion. By the way, happy birthday to a couple of folks today, to Brinley Sisk, who's having her 3rd birthday. Happy birthday, Brinley. Also, a big happy birthday going out to Abby Gibson from Aunt Steph, Mom, Dad, Papa, and the Island Hoppers. Sending a big happy birthday out to Abby, who I guess is actually having a birthday Wednesday? Tuesday. So, a big happy birthday to Abby and Brinley. Also, Bill, happy anniversary to Ken and Gloria, and everybody else who happens to be out here celebrating something. Maybe you're celebrating, you know, the anniversary of losing an appendix, any of those things. Happy anniversary for whatever it is, or happy birthday. All right, our first boat is getting ready to launch. Coming up here in just a couple of minutes at Webb Slough. First race of the ASB season. Last race will also be in Webb Slough on August 29th, July 25th, and August 22nd. 2 races, both taking place in Port Angeles in the Olympic Peninsula. If you've not made your way over that particular direction, I love the drive on 101 outside of, taking 101 off outside of Olympia and all the way up the Hood Canal and into Port Angeles. It's a really spectacular part of the state. Very different from this part of the state, but this part also has its own sort of beauty and mystique, as most of you folks who live over here know. Plenty of camping as well to be had at the Extreme Sports Park. So if you're one of those folks that has a camper or wants to take your RV, or maybe you just want to throw up a tent, plenty of spaces to do that at the Extreme Sports Park in Port Angeles. You'll see all these boats returning out there. Those at least that are mechanically sound after today's racing are going to be there. And would look forward to seeing you out there as well in Port Angeles. Helicopter rides also available. If you head over to that corner on the other side behind the beer garden, you'll be able to take a helicopter ride to see the track and the racing from a bird's eye view. A big thank you to MAV TV. Watch MAV TV's listings. Lucas Oil's MAV TV. Watch their listings to see when you'll be able to maybe see yourself on television, as they are filming and airing all of our races this season in the ASB on MAV TV. A big thank you to MAV TV for all of their support, and Lucas Oil as well. Lucas Oil really being instrumental in the growth of sprint boat racing. So a big thank you to them. If you're over in the beer garden, enjoy your adult beverages. Remember, King Beverage reminds you that if you are going to be enjoying some of those adult beverages today, but to make sure that you have a designated driver that's going to get you on your way home. Also, L&M Truck Sales, a big thank you to the support that they offer Webb Slough. They've been selling used trucks to transportation companies for years, and from there they evolved into the farm truck market, literally custom designing vehicles for grain trucks made for rural communities like St. John, or construction quality equipment, everything from freight delivery trucks to truck mount cranes, even fire trucks and bucket trucks, dump trucks. You're going to see their trucks used by fire departments all over the area and the U.S. Forest Service. And they have a rental truck fleet as well that you can utilize. Good for farmers or contractors or utility companies. It's L&M Truck Sales. At Les Schwab Tires, they know that time has a way of changing things, but the one thing that it hasn't changed is the way that Les Schwab feels about service. The next time you need tires, keep Les Schwab in mind. Whitgrow, also a proud sponsor of racing here at Webb Slough. They take pride in serving the St. John and Endicott growers, providing all your grain handling and marketing needs, as well as qualified certified seed and implement repair services. Don't forget, you can watch Sprint Boat Racing on livestream.tv. Livestream carrying, we'll have all of the races this year. If you can't make it out to St. John or to Port Angeles, or maybe you can't make it back here to St. John at the end of August, we would love for you to check it out online on the stream. So our first boat is in the water. That is boat 54. Bill Reichert and Mike Woods, part of the Fat Buddies. We're going to fire it up, and we're going to get sprint boat racing underway as we move into the quarters, the quarterfinals in the super modified class, or the modifieds as we like to call it. All the classes are super, but the modified class, boat 54. They'll be followed by boat 59, Jamie and Leslie Hassel, a boat that is up for sale, by the way. Speaking of boats up for sale, 55M, Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil's boat, up for grabs for 40 grand. 40K will take it home along with the trailer. Another turnkey operation as they prepare to go bigger and better. So boat 59, Jamie and Leslie Hassel will be second out, followed by Dylan and Terry Cummings of boat 99. So those three boats all in the start channel. All right, so joining us by the miracle of cordless mic, Matt Webb, along with a few other friends. Matt, take it away.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Deanne. Happy birthday to you.
That group has a future somewhere, somehow. I'm thinking they're the next vocal sensation. So again, from the qualifiers, the slowest to the fastest boats. Safety crew, of course, out there in their places. You know, a lot of volunteers make this possible, and that includes our safety crew. We've got people here from the Rosalia ambulance crew, Colfax ambulance crew, Whitman Hospital staff, MedStar, the Whitman County Sheriff's Department, the Washington State Patrol, even the St. John and Colfax fire departments. Everybody out here helping to keep everybody safe and ensure safety. The Whitman Hospital has their registered nurses out here, or a number of them, for first aid. The St. John's First United Methodist Church has a care station as well, offering some shade. So boat 5-4, Bill Reichert and Mike Woods, getting ready to light it up. Waiting for that green flag. And it's time to race. run is good. $57.832 for Bill Reichert and Mike Woods. Their best was a 56.57 way back in the first qualifier. And that'll bring us to the Hassels. Jamie and Leslie, boat 59. They had a 56.500 in Q2. 3 other runs ended in DNFs. About the 55 to 56 range, and it is a clean run. $55.720 for Jamie and Leslie Hassel in boat 59. On deck, Dylan and Terry Cummings from Squim. Boat 99. Warming up behind Dylan and Terry is Scott Ackerman and Graham Reynolds in boat 17. Love the way Dylan, when he goes around those corners, literally almost the nose touches the tips of those islands. If you think about it, the steering actually comes from the back end as opposed to the front end. The back end providing all that steering, so different from your basic automobile. Completely different feel. And the run is good. $55.691. 0.03 of a second separating the last two boats. So boat 17, 1-7, Scott Ackerman from Colfax. Navigator Graham Reynolds.
Clipped it, pinballed off, and then the last thing, you're spinning out on the island. So that's it for the day for Scott Ackerman. Give him a hand, a good day of racing for Scott. Hopefully we'll be able to get the boat started and off while Skylar Smith and Casey Donahoe in boat 34 from St. John get ready to rock and roll. This is always the moment that the safety crew dreads. Will it start? Will it not start? Are we going to have to push this thing out? If you need something cold to drink, make sure you make your way down to the vendor booth. Half Beans Mobile Espresso has blended fruit smoothies down there, iced lattes, mochas, iced tea, fresh brewed coffee if you want that, or a frothy granita. Granita. St. John's Mothers Club has the St. John Mothers Club has the snow cones, the water, the sports drinks, and candy. Going to find beverages at most of the food booths. Ice cream, too, at the Oakdale Masonic Lodge. They're going to use the proceeds in their Bike for Books reading program to 4 area grade schools. Drop on by there and see how that works. They also have kettle corn, too, with the Masonic Lodge. Okay, so Ackerman is on the trailer, and that's the end of the day for him. So our first true elimination, Scott Ackerman eliminates himself. The 4 fastest boats will make it into the semis. Skylar Smith, Casey Donahoe, boat 34, slowly making their way out. They'll be followed by Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans. A couple of youngsters behind the wheels in these 2 boats, 34 and boat 9. Skylar's 18, Jesse's 20. I'm impressed with how Skylar has really come on today in terms of smoothness, considering he really has never raced before. The kid's definitely got some skills. And he's not taking his foot out of it either. Nicely done. .54.597. Fastest time in this, the quarters. Taking a look at his earlier runs, he had a 54.307 in the 4th qualifier, so off that mark a little bit, but right there, right in it. I don't think that boat has a whole lot more in it. It sounded like he was pretty much flat-footing it all the way around. But a good, smooth, clean run for Skylar Smith and Casey Donahoe on boat 34. Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans now. Jesse graduating from high school a couple of years ago. Logan just a couple of weeks ago. Part of Fat Buddies, also known as Fat Buddy Jr., our Canadian contingency. And if you're over in the beer garden enjoying your Bud or Bud Light, make sure that you have a designated driver. King Beverages reminds you to have a team captain who's going to get everybody home in one piece. This is going to be a hot run for Jesse. He gets it. .52.616. So eliminated officially, Bill Reichert and Mike Woods. They are gone. Now on the bubble, Jamie and Leslie Hassel. So Jesse Miller eliminates teammate Bill Reichert. By the way, that was Jesse's best run on the day. Robert Cox, Liz Petring in boat 049 now, Obsession. Another guy who is a really good technical racer. He's got that boat set up really well. Notice how very little the boat bounces. The run is clean and quick. .51.009. So, eliminated Jamie and Leslie Hassel. On the bubble, Dylan and Terry Cummings. The time for Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey to beat, 55.691. Scott Ackerman has already eliminated himself with a DNF. Anything better than a 55.691, and Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey in boat 69 make it into the semis. Once we get the Hughes run, we'll roll into the 400 class, where Jordy and Deb Cook in boat 88 will be first off the trailer. Scott Saxon and Gary McNeil then in boat 13, followed by Brian Swindoll and Mike Gamboa in boat 76. So 50.427 has been the best time on the day for boat 69. This home brew unit. change in the water since earlier this morning. More like chocolate milk now. Man, he's moving. This is going to be a really fast run. Can he bring it in under 50? The run is clean and fast. .587. So not their fastest, which was a 50.427, but good enough, and it eliminates Dylan and Terry Cummings. So that means that when we get back into the semis, it'll be boat 34 out first, followed by boat 9, 49, and then boat 69. Smith Donahue, then Miller Evans, then Cox Petring, and then Hughes Haskey. All right, 400s. Jordy and Deb Cook, Fat Buddies, boat 88. Jordy and Deb took third place here last year in the 400s. Would like to make it to the podium again. Run's good. .56.632. That is by far their best run. 62.839 was their best in the third qualifier. 56.632 for Jordy and Deb Cook in boat 88. So boat 13 is on the 5-minute clock, which means that boat 76 will roll here, which is Brian Swindoll and Mike Gamboa. Your local agricultural, chemical, and fertilizer specialists throughout the Palouse area are Wilbur Ellis, assisting farmers with their needs in bringing value to their crops. You can contact any one of the knowledgeable techs at any one of the following branches in Toccoa, Oakesdale, Fairfield, or Colfax. It's Wilbur Ellis Company, proudly helping local farmers feed the world. Also, Whitgrow is a proud sponsor of Web Slew Racing. Whitgrow takes pride in serving St. John and Endicott growers, providing grain handling and marketing needs, as well as quality certified seed and implement repair services. And at Les Schwab, they know buying tires today means more than just price, because you're looking for service, selection, quality, and of course value. All of that is part of the Les Schwab Best Tire Value Promise, the home of peace of mind, tire protection, and lifetime tire and mileage care. Les Schwab Tires. Boat 13, Scott Saxton, Gary McNeil. It's been a rough day for Scott. This is the first race that he's run without good friend and Fat Buddy partner Frank Ferron. They started Fat Buddies. This so far has been Scotty's best run. So now he makes the hard charge for home. And he did it. $56,985. And that will bring us to boat 76. Brian Swindoll and Mike Gamboa. Boat 76. It's good. So 53,437. So a good 4 seconds faster than either of the two boats out ahead of him. With Paul and Josh Garr in boat 2, they've been having problems all day long. Boat never really running to its capabilities. It's going to be interesting to see what they were able to do during the break. And we have a DNF. So he still doesn't know it. And unfortunately, the day ends with a DNF for Paul Garb. So while the run looked good, it was a DNF. Okay, we're having a conference here. Our next boat out will be Darren and Autumn Swindoll on boat 47. Okay, that was a clean run. Now we will wait for the time. Wow, 49.161 for Paul Garr. That's a game changer. Darren and Autumn Swindoll on boat 47 now. This is another good run. Well done. (52.476), and that eliminates Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil, both 13. Bubble time now for Jordy and Deb Cook. Boat 01, Wicked Team Racing. So a quick review, and Paul Gar, all of a sudden, the fastest boat this run. Actually, in the quarters in general. We'll see how much Doug has potentially been sitting on in terms of horsepower and speed. Waiting to find out if that was a clean run. It was good. (51.787) for Doug Hendrickson. So that eliminates Jordy and Deb Cook in boat 88. The time now to beat for Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser in boat 66 is 53.437. That leaves Brian Swindoll on the bubble. And of course, Phil has been running some of the fastest times on the course on the day, under 49 seconds. Phil's son, Jesse, the only fat buddy left standing in the modified class, moving into the semis. And the run is good. (49.789). So that eliminates Brian Swindoll and Mike Gamboa in boat 76. So the boat 47, 01, 22, and 2 will be out in that order. So it will be Darren Swindoll in boat 47, followed by Doug Hendrickson in boat 1, Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser in boat 22, and Paul and Josh Gar in boat 2. As we move into the semis. Now, The unlimited class, Ron and Jason Gallagher, the brothers from Olympia, in boat 33, will be first out. So this is another one of those situations where just do the rotation, get it good, and you make it into the semis with 4 boats. Oh! Okay, so it was bad timing me saying that. Once again, announcer jinx. What amazes me is how close he came to the edge of that water without going in. You have to amuse yourself with the little things in life, and that's one of them. Okay, so that is officially a DNF, an out-of-water DNF for Ron and Jason Gallagher. Let's give the rookies a round of applause. Congratulations, Ron and Jason, for making it this far, for qualifying, and for coming out today. We appreciate it. And that'll put boat 907, Eric and Rhonda Werner, on deck. Eric, by the way, a former Navy fighter pilot, flying F-18s. Also works as an airline pilot for Alaska Airlines now. Great competitor, awesome technician when it comes to breaking down a track and the lines, what angle of attack to take. And now it turns out, and I didn't realize this about it before, it has some pretty interesting design skills. Really working on streamlining and lightening his new superboat. And if you compare it, his unlimited boat, if you compare it to the other boats in the class and take a look at it, you notice that while the hull is pretty much the same, everything else looks different. Much lighter, much lower to the water. Obviously not even close to being completely finished. He used a Sharpie to write the numbers on the side of it. Literally just getting it together and being able to roll it up last night. Seen him out here once so far today. The boat put down a 54.104 in the first qualifier. And then he stayed out the next 3. So it'll be interesting to see what the boat itself is capable of. Now we know it's a did not start. So Eric is out of it. So the race today in the Unlimiteds, and not a unseen situation, will be between Corey Johnson, Gary McNeil, and Dan Morrison and Karen McGuire. It's been a couple of years since Corey has raced, but the duel for a number of years was between not only in the modified class, but also in the unlimited class between Corey and Dan. And it looks like where that is going to be the showdown again this weekend. I'm curious to see how much this particular unlimited boat has in it that's being driven by Corey. So here we go. Corey's best run was a 49.683. Of course, Dan's was a 48.071. So as long as he hangs in there, it's a clean run. It's good.
Spotter.
All right, up next, the fastest boat on the court today. I've been hanging around the Canadians too long. I said boat. It's a boat. Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire, boat 10M. Wicked Team Racing. So we're waiting now for Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire. They're sponsored by Lucas Oil, MAV TV, K&N Filters, Seven Cedars Casino, Doghouse Powder Coating, Memphis Audio, which I believe is a new sponsor this year, Mobile Music, Simpson Race Products, VP Fuel, R.E. Powell Distribution, All-Weather Heating and Cooling. They need bigger shirts to get all these names on them. We're going to, eventually, Dan and Doug are going to have to wear dusters. MSD Electronics, Ed Wright Machine, Machinists, Impeller Service, Pinprint, Dead's Automotive and Machine. You know, it's amazing to think that he's running a 480 cubic inch Chevy small block in there, and that thing pumps about 700 gallons a second. capable of pulling 8 Gs in the tightest of corners. And the weird thing about riding one of these sprint boats, and I've had a chance a couple of times, is that they take these corners so fast and you pull the Gs so fast that after you get out of the boat, you feel like you've been given the weirdest chiropractic adjustment on the planet. It's just, everything feels odd. All right, here we go. Morrison is out of it. All right, so coming up, we have the semis in the modified, and they will come out in this order: boat 34, boat 09, boat 049, and then boat 69. So Skylar Smith, Casey Donahoe in boat 34, Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans in boat 9, Robert Cox and Liz Petring in boat 049, followed by Dennis Hughes and Mattia Haskey in boat 69. So boat 34 from St. John making it into the semis. Skylar and Casey, boat 34. And the run is good. And I think he's getting just about everything that he can out of that boat with a 54.526. I don't think there's much left in that boat. So a good run for Skylar and Casey out of St. John. Boat 34. Boat 09, Jesse Nepstad Miller, Logan Evans in boat 09. 52.616 was their last run. Jesse running very smooth and controlled, good lines. Not a lot of correction. No need to correct when you've run just about the perfect line. And he gets the clean run. .52.896. for Jesse and Logan. So the time for Robert Cox and Liz Petring to beat at this point is 54.526. And if they want to stay in it and make it into the finals, then the time for Robert to beat guaranteed is a 52.896 to be safe. So far, picture-perfect run for Robert Cox in boat 049. Call it good. .162. So Skylar and Casey in boat 34 are going home. Give them a big round of applause. They made St. John proud today. Now on the bubble, Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans. As boat 69 takes to the water, Dennis Hughes, Mattia Haskey, and that's it for them. So our finals will be between Robert Cox and Jesse Nepstad Miller, boat 049 and boat 09. Congratulations to Jesse Miller and Robert Cox, Logan Evans and Liz Petring. They will be your finalists in the modified. So arguably the fastest boat in the modifieds out of it. Now, knowing Mattia, the navigator, as I do, I know that right now on his right shoulder, Dennis is sporting a fist-sized bruise. Actually, possibly several. So we know the experiment with the pump, the handmade, hand-built, homemade pump was a success. So it's going to be an interesting final between Robert Cox and Jesse Nepstad Miller, boats 09 and 041. Now into the semis. Our first boat out will be Darren and Autumn Swindoll on boat 47, the Bandits. The next boat out will be boat 01, Doug Hendrickson, Nicole Heaton Muller, followed by Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser in boat 22, and then Paul and Josh Garr in boat 02. So boat 47, followed by boat 1, followed by boat 22 and boat 02. And in the unlimited class, still waiting to see how many runs that Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil are going to be required to do to wrap their day up. All right. So boat 47, the Bandits. This guy has been hard charger 2 years running, the hard charger being that aggressive guy. And I have to say, one of the things that's impressed me about Darren today, Darren has always been one of those guys that runs really good in the qualifiers and then sort of tightens up. And it's a clean run and a great run. Good job, Darren Swindoll. We'll wait for the time. It is a clean run. .52.513. And one of the things I started to say is he would tighten up in the quarters of the semis and it would cause problems for him, but he's been very loose and running smooth all day long, so a good run for him. That brings us to boat 01, Doug Hendrickson, Nicole Muller-Heaton, part of Wicked Team Racing, sponsored by MAV TV and Lucas Oil. 51.787, their last run. Grabbed some bank, that drained off some time. Interesting is he just sort of skimmed it. Now the weave into the final long run home. So the run is clean and 51.752. Little bit, 3/100ths of a second better than his previous. So the time to beat for Phil Miller in boat 22 is going to be a 52.513. Really to guarantee absolutely that he makes it into the finals, he would want to beat 51.752. He's done it. His last run was a 49.789. So here we go. Really what Phil has done out here today is really changed the complexion of the 400 class. Generally, there's quite a bit of parity in the 400 class, but Phil, at least in the qualifiers, really put the hammer down. I'm a little bit surprised at the time that Paul Gar was able to do, but we'll see where he goes coming out next. So we get the fast weave. And now around the outside and rolling for home. Will he bring it under 50? It looks like he will. And it was good. It's a clean run. So we'll wait for that official time. .49.449. Darren Swindoll on boat 47 is out of it. On the bubble now is Doug Hendrickson and Nicole Muller-Heaton. I keep saying that, Nicole Heaton-Muller. Nicole, I'm also going to be sporting a fist-sized bruise. So the time for Paul to beat, 51.752. His last run, he put down a really hot time of 49.161. And I'm not sure why his boat isn't down by the water yet. At this point, and we're waiting to see in the unlimited class what boat 55M, Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil are going to do. Technically now, since Dan Morrison eliminated himself, they could just call it a day and not be required to run anymore and would be the champions on the day. We'll wait to see if they take that particular option or whether they want to go out and run once more. But technically, it's a day for them if they want it to be. And then the only thing that would be left is to put the boat in the water and take the checkered flag for a little bit of a run. So we do have one final that has already been decided, technically, and that is for the Unlimiteds. Right now, we're waiting for, in the 400 class, Paul and Josh Garr in boat 2. So because we're towards the end of the day here, I want to remind you, if you're over in the beer garden, King Beverages and the folks here at the Slough remind you, make sure you've got a designated driver to get you home today. If you've been over there enjoying the Bud and Bud Light all day long, just make sure you got somebody good to take you home. King Beverages wishes you a great day of racing. By the way, we can't wait to see you back here August 29th in St. John, my favorite town in Washington. We're going to be back here again on August 29th for the last race of the season. On July 25th and July 22nd, 2 races a month apart will be held in Port Angeles over in the Olympic Peninsula. It's a great drive over there if you've not made your way to Port Angeles through the Hood Canal and some of those small towns going through there. My suggestion to you is stop by the Hama Hama Seafood Store, get yourself some of the smoked oysters, or do an oyster shooter, or 2 or 3. And if you get over there, I think it's between noon and 2 o'clock, they're actually barbecuing oysters out there too. Just a suggestion, it's my stop every time I go over there, and this, by the way, is not a paid announcement. Just so you know. But going through the Hood Canal, that's such a great drive through there. The whole area over there is just a great part of the state. So we're waiting for, now, Paul and Josh Garr in boat 02. And to see what's going to happen there. Our finals in the modified will be between Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans in boat 09 and Robert Cox and Liz Petring in boat 049. It's going to be nice to see Robert Cox back on the podium regardless of how his final ends. It's been a while since he's won a race, and it's great to see that Ford out there running as smooth as it's been running. And he doesn't even have it completely dialed in yet, so I'm really excited to see how things go for him at Port Angeles. Port Angeles is a completely different style of track. There really are no straightaways unless you make a straightaway. And what I mean by that is lots of curves, they're wider, it's a more open track. And you can make the straight line if you're willing to kiss islands all the way through the center. It's a great track, and many different ways that you can attack that track. And depending on the type of boat you have and how it handles, it offers a number of different lines through it. And the setup is a little bit different. Instead of like it is here in St. John, where you have the terraces, Port Angeles is more designed like a bowl, where you're sitting up above the track looking down in a semicircle. It's a pretty interesting track, much like here in St. John. Plenty of camping facilities to be had, tent facilities. It's a great facility over there. They do have it set up great. It has its own personality as well, just like it does here in St. John with I almost call it, to me, the terraces here look like golf course greens. The Webbs and all of the volunteers do a great job keeping this facility looking the way that it does. And they've been doing it for going on, 8 years now, almost 9. This is the 17th race here at Webb Slough. Is there anybody that has been here for all 17 races other than folks that live in St. John? Has anyone been here for 17 races? I hear like 2 people whistling. A number of people have been here for all 17. Congratulations to you folks. Thanks for being out here. I'm hearing Ron, our race controllers. I've been here, Bill, I've been here. I think the other thing that impresses me about what the Webbs have done here at Webb Slough is every year, and it's hard to believe that they can make it better every year, but they always manage to make it a little bit better. And incidentally, for those of you that don't know, if you stop at that little bar outside of town, Frank Zappa played in the bar here in St. John at one point with the Mothers of Invention and referred to St. John as his favorite town anywhere in the United States. You're in Frank Zappa's favorite town right now. Okay, so I see a boat. It looks like a boat 02. So boat 02, live wire, finally in the water, apparently having some logistical issues. All right, so let's recap. Doug Hendrickson, Nicole Heaton-Muller, and boat 01 are officially right now on the bubble. 51.752 in the 400s. Phil Miller, Sharon Hauser, and boat 22 put down a 49.449. The time to beat for Paul Gar and boat 02 Livewire is a 51.752. All he needs is a 51.751 and he's in it. His best run was his last at a 49.161 after having a day of mechanical issues. Now it'll be interesting to see with kind of all the logistical issues whether he's able to just kind of blow that off and get out here and run his kind of run. One of the things that has impressed me about Paul over the years is even when he hasn't had the fastest boat, he's been able to squeeze really great times out of it because of the way that he will attack a track. To be honest with you, here in St. John, it doesn't give you a lot of room to maneuver, to adjust lines a lot, so you really have to be precision perfect to make up time on this track, mainly because you have channels out here that at their widest are only about 15, 16 feet wide. Most of them are more about 12 or 13, and when you have a boat that's anywhere from 5 to 8 feet wide, you don't have a whole lot of room to maneuver. You don't have a lot of wiggle room. So you really have to be game on if you're going all out to shave time on this track. So we're still waiting for Livewire to get in the water. Dealing at this point with a couple of
they've asked for a replay.
All right, so here's what is going on.
The last Livewire boat.
We have a protest
so we are playing
that is going on that has to do with boat 02, which is Paul and Josh Garr. We had an initial call of a DNF, and right now we are going back and we're looking at the videotape taken by Paul White, who is our official video guy out here. And so we're going back and we're going to take a look at that to make sure that that last run by Paul Garr was indeed a clean run. Initially, the lead spotter had called it a DNF. Apparently, the backups had said that it was a clean run. We had a couple of other officials that thought it was, and we had a racer who essentially is challenging that decision. And so we're going to go back and we're going to look at the video footage, kind of like they do in football, and decide, you know, what's going on. So that's where we're at right now, and that's what we're waiting for as Paul locates that particular footage. Now, nothing is, you know, we don't do for every round, we don't do any kind of head stamp on those particular runs, so you have to go back through the raw footage. So my understanding is now, the word I'm getting is, we've actually got the footage. They're looking at it, and I'm waiting for a decision from the race controller, who will give me an idea as they're all looking at it, whether it was a good run or not. So we've watched it once, and they're going to watch it a second time. To make sure that the call is right. Essentially, that run had eliminated Brian Swindoll and Mike Gamboa on boat 76. So they are the ones at this point that want to make sure that it was actually a DNF, because that changes the complexion of the semis. by quite a bit. So in fairness to everybody, it's time to go back and look. The question here is whether Paul is able to just kind of blow this off if it was a good run and go out there and run his kind of run, or whether this is the kind of thing that's going to get in your head. It was a clean run. Paul Gar is going to run again. So our officials watching it a couple of times to just make sure it is clean. So Paul will run again. So boot 02, Paul Gar, live wire, out. The time to beat, 51.752 for Paul Gar. Doug Hendrickson and Nicole Heaton-Muller waiting in the wings anxiously. This has got to be excruciating for them too. And they're sitting there, okay, we're the one on the bubble. He's already shown that he can run under 50 seconds. Now we get the tail of the time. Good so far. He's making the weave. I don't think he's going to do it in 49 though. This is going to be tight. If the run is going to be clean, if he makes it through, it's going to be a tight run, and .52.87 Paul is out of it. So, boat 2 eliminated. The finals in the 400 class will be between Doug Hendrickson, Nicole Heaton-Muller in boat 01, and Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser in boat 22. So boat 1 will be out first, followed by boat 22. And we've just found out that boat 55M in the unlimited class will just make the checkered flag run. There is no need for him to run again, as he was the last boat standing in the unlimited class, so he is our automatic champion. Congratulations to Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil, and welcome back to Sprint Boat Racing, boys. So boat 9 will be our first boat out in our finals in the modified class. Fat Buddy Jr., Jesse Miller, and Logan Evans in boat 9. for home. Unofficially 52 and change. We'll wait for the time. The run was clean. .52.656. So most of his times today, just going back and looking, his best was a, well, that run right there, a 52.616 actually, which was in the quarters. So his best runs are about 52.6. He had a 52.668, a 52.616, then this run of 52.656. So he's pretty much getting everything he can get out of that boat. With boat 049, Robert Cox and Liz Petrin in the only Ford on the course. Goes through the S. White glass so far. Robert, an absolute machine out there today. This is just a pretty run. Picture perfect so far. The time to beat, 52.656. Is he going to do it? Looks like he did. We'll wait for the official time. .51.047. He is your champion. Ford powered. And he will take the flag for a ride. It's been a long time for Robert Cox and the Cox family. His wife Amy, normally navigating. She's taken some time off as she's expecting. Robert's father is crew chief. The guy working on his boat with him. Nicer family you couldn't meet. Congratulations going out to Robert Cox in boat 049. He says he loves this track, and now I guarantee you he loves it even more today. Way to go, Robert. Liz Petring, by the way, his navigator for today. Big hearty congratulations going to her. And now the finals in the 400. Five-time national champion Doug Hendrickson in boat 01, Wicked Team Racing, taking on Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser, who are looking for their very first win in the 400 class. So boat 01 and then boat 22. So this could, pretty good day for the Fat Buddies. The Canadians with a win in the unlimited class. Second place in the modifieds, and they're going to place either first or second here in the 400s. So definitely the Fat Buddies coming down from Canada and bringing the good stuff.
Somebody's got a drone over the launch. It'll be interesting to see what that footage looks like.
So here we go, Wicked Team Racing, boat 01. Sponsored by MAV TV, Lucas Oil, K&N Filters. Go over to their booth, by the way. They got some pretty cool swag. T-shirts, hats, onesies for the babies. Here we go! And Doug with his throttle feathering approach to the corners. He didn't always run that way. Started about, I think, about 4 or 5 years ago. That's going to drain a little time off. Puts an island and hangs onto it, mans up, stays in the water. The run is cleaned, and now it's all about the time. Whew. So the run was cleaned. 51.400. That is his fastest run of the day. So he's getting just about everything he can get out of the boat. With boat 22, Punisher coming out next. Doug's running a 410 Chevy in that Rycraft with an 8.5-inch Scott pump. And here comes boat 22, Phil Miller, Sharon Hauser. Been running consistently under 50 seconds most of the day. It surprised everybody that yesterday Phil announced that he was going into the 400s. Everyone thought he was going to be running in the modifieds. And he comes in today and pretty much dominates the class. And if he hangs on to it, he's going to do it again. Okay, so the run is clean. Now it's just a matter of finishing, and it looks like he won it. .49.284, his best run of the day. He is your 400 class champion. Congratulations, Phil Miller. The Punisher brought the hammer down. So a good day indeed for Fat Buddy Racing. 2 firsts and a second. All right, Island Hoppers, we have one more checkered flag run, and that will be Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil in 55M, and then it will be a day. By the way, can you give it up to our Island Hoppers? Those guys have worked their keisters off. Of all volunteers, thank you, Island Hoppers. As always, a great job. And thank you to you folks. A reminder to you, drive home safely. Whitman County Police along with State Police, and I guarantee you're going to see Colfax Police out there in force today, wherever it is you happen to be going. So make sure you take it easy, be safe. If you've been enjoying the beer garden a lot, make sure you have a designated driver. Don't forget, if you are spending the night here tomorrow morning, they will be serving breakfast. Terry's will be open for breakfast with sausage, eggs, bacon, biscuits, and browns. And another race is in the books, this first race of the sprint boat season. Join us August 25th in Port Angeles for race number 2. We'll have race 3 on August 22nd, also in Port Angeles. Our final race of the season will be August 29th for ASB Racing here in St. John. Check us out at asbracing.com to find out more about sprint boat racing. Don't forget, we got a couple of boats that, this boat that you're going to see here taking the flag run is for sale, $40,000, picks it up, turnkey operation. $25,000 will pick up boat number 59 in the modified class. Drive safe. Congratulations. And welcome back, Corey and Gary.
All right, folks, I think that is it for this great broadcast for today. I will be starting my teardown, and then I will do my best to shoot the awards as long as they give me ample notice, and I will post those at a later time, and I will send out a link on Facebook for all you folks. I do want to thank every one of you for tuning in today. We had a great day. Everybody was very well behaved in the chat. And I think we had a very good showing. I want to give a very special thanks to Jim DeFord and my wife, Bonnie Burnham, who are home, sitting in their privacy of their own home, watching this race and helping moderate the chat for me. So I think that's going to be it for today from St. John. We've been on the air since 10 o'clock. And actually before that, but 7 hours and 21 minutes for this particular recording. So that's quite a lengthy one. People will have fun trying to find their video in that. So with that, since there is 47 people online, you know, I hate to click stop, but that's what we're going to do. We are going to stop the broadcast for now. I'm going to post the video immediately, so if you want to go back and watch the race, you will have to go out of this broadcast and go to the video itself, and you can roll it back if you came in late. So I will post the awards after I shoot them, and our next race is going to be up July 25th up in Port Angeles, Washington. So I look forward to seeing you on here then. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.